Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? Can anyone hear me? Trying to also check the latency here. Trying to see what the lag looks like. It looks like we have a little bit. Is anyone on right now? Radar Omega here has made a few changes, so I'm also getting acclimated to that, by the way. Has a completely different look to it. The way it's set up is different. I kind of like it, though. Okay, it looks like I'm having some issues with lag here. Any improvements here with the lag? I think it's a little bit better now. All right. Hey, YouTube. Hope you guys are doing well. It's Ty here. We are dealing with yet another severe weather event today. This time it's positioned more so over the Ozarks, part of the southeast here. We already have a tornado watch that was issued about 30 minutes ago. This includes parts of northeastern Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, good chunk of Arkansas from the south central area all the way up towards central Arkansas, including the cities of Little Rock and Pine Bluff. Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, you're also in there as well. Tupelo, Starkville, all the way to Greenville. Numerous other areas are in this current tornado watch. No warnings as of yet. I haven't really seen anything in the way of storms that has been alarming to me as of right now, but that will be changing. I've been looking through the Little Rock and the Memphis radars for the last little bit here, but nothing's really been going on there. I'm having a little bit of trouble loading my radar right now. I'm really surprised by that, by the way. Could be issues with the internet right now. I'm really hoping that isn't the case. Do have a special weather statement, but I can't load my radar for whatever reason right now. I'll give this a minute and see what happens with this. Just give me a second here. Maybe I can fix this. I'm going to mute the mic for just a moment. I think something's going on more so on my end, Cat. I'm not sure why, but I can't get my radar to open at all. I can't get the radars to open at all. Just tried Little Rock. I tried Memphis a little bit ago, and I've still got nothing. In fact, a lot of my stuff isn't even rendering in. If push comes to shove, I'll restart the stream, maybe see if that'll help. But I'm kind of perplexed right now as to why my stuff's acting up like it is right now. Maybe there's something on that doesn't need to be on in the house that's kind of slowing things down. We'll see. Maybe I need to close out Radar Omega and reopen it. Yeah, it's lagging pretty bad on my end. Yeah, I'm having a lot of skipped frames right now. Let me see if I think I just got a notification saying Radar Omega is updating. I thought the update already went through. What's going on here? Come on. Would have got here earlier and got all that hashed out, but I got caught in traffic really bad today. Okay, let's see if this will work now. Alright, and it looks like we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm still waiting on my on the radar site that I picked here to pop up here. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. I think I had a browser up and it was kind of slowing me down here. Alright. Looks like we're in action now. Hopefully you guys are getting a better picture here and you aren't lagging as much. Severe thunderstorm warning got issued, looks like about 2 minutes ago. And this is for Prairie, Lonoke, and Monroe counties. Hazards with this one, as of right now, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it's in effect until 5:15. The storm is moving 40 miles an hour. It's all radar indicated. Some cities that could be in the line would be in the line of fire here: Hazen, Duval's, Bluff, England, Fredonia. Oops. Come on now. Why is my computer acting weird? Just closed everything out just now. It's a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning too. There's a lot of cities in here. See if we can get a closer look at it. This is us looking at the Memphis radar, and this does have a slightly interesting look to it as of right now. It's a semi-discrete cell. The picture isn't great, but it does have a little bit of that kidney bean shape already starting to develop. It'll be interesting to see how this thing progresses here. This is in that tornado watch that we were talking about, so we'll have to see if this little appendage here develops into something more. I think it's very much possible given the environment that we've been looking at over the last couple of days across this area. So this is going to be the first one that we're watching, and I anticipate quite a few more actually. New scan came in, more lightning developing around it, and that's always a telltale sign. This looks like it's formed on an outflow boundary of these storms a little further to the north here. So it has a relatively untapped environment here to work with, or at least until it gets a little bit further to the north and east towards areas like Brinkley and Cotton Plant, where it's currently raining right now. But my hunch is also, if this thing starts to go tornadic, we will see this end up turning right. I think we're getting a little better here on the frames now. Yeah, I think I figured out what the problem was there. I think I had a window up on my computer. My computer's still not the strongest. It's more so just barely scratching the surface or the requirements for streaming. But it looks like we're getting a little bit more stable with that. I'm also still new to it, so I'm still learning. Also, if I haven't mentioned it already, if you're watching, of course, hit that like button already. Subscribe if you haven't, of course. so we can get this video out to more people. This could be a long night of streaming here. Could be multiple storms in the area that could be destructive with all hazards possible, including the threat for maybe even a strong tornado or two. As far as this storm is concerned here, we don't really see anything in regards to chasers in the area. At least not yet. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like it's Brett Adair, and he's not on this storm just yet. I think he's waiting for it to come a little bit closer to him. But this storm does have a lot of promise. But also look at the temperature just around this area where the storms are starting to develop here. We're seeing 74.5 degree temperature, dew point around 64. This atmosphere is very juicy. And with the low-level jet that we've been talking about over the last couple of days over this area, it's no surprise that we're looking at a enhanced risk over here. The storm is continuing to develop. Haven't seen anything yet that makes me think this is starting to go tornado warned. We probably won't know for sure until we get more towards DeVal's Bluff and or in between DeVal's Bluff and Roanoke. Trying to refresh the chat to see if there's anything new. Nope. So right now, I guess we're more so in the waiting phase. I guess we'll try and go ahead and see what Red Adair's doing, since it seems like he's the one that's closest to the action right now. I don't see anyone else at the moment. So far, we're only up. I think we have a new alert here. Yep. We have a second severe thunderstorm warning now, and this one's actually all the way up into Kentucky here. The areas that we have to be watching for are going to be... Oh, okay, I lost that window. Areas are going to be that are going to be for that severe thunderstorm warning. If I can get this to open up again, will be McLean, Davies, Henderson, Hopkins County, Webster, and Spencer counties. Indiana's in this too, by the way, with this severe thunderstorm warning. Hazard is 1-inch hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Go ahead and switch over to this. Last time we started to get a little wacky the last time we opened up the radar here. So hopefully it will comply. There's our warning polygon right there. Start to go down to the street level here and see what towns might be at risk here. These storms actually look a little bit more impressive than the other ones over here that are over towards Mississippi and areas further to the south there. Or that's actually Arkansas. I don't know why I said Mississippi just now. But this storm looks really, really impressive here on radar. This has a really strong hail core. And also, one thing I want to note is the storm also has a lot of areas where it can take in that warm air. I don't know if this one will end up producing a tornado. I'm kind of doubting it. But this is a very healthy, probably a pretty cool looking supercell here. The structure is probably really impressive with this one. Look at these little inflow notches right here. Both here and here. I'm going to have to try to see if I can... Okay, I figured it out already. Kind of. But here and here is where our warm air can go into this storm here. It's very healthy, very strong already, but this is already forming into a line. And these storms also could be training over the same areas with this kind of reflectivity return. Even if you don't get hail, the rainfall is going to be intense under this. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what Brett Adair's doing real quick before we got caught by that warning there. So Brett Adair's towards Holly Springs in Mississippi here. Storm is moving at a pretty decent clip there, so we'll get to see what Brandon decides to do with it. Looks like we're starting to get a good look at his feet now. It's going to be tricky over here towards this area in the Ozarks because reception here is notoriously bad, which is why a lot of storm chasers don't really like chasing in Dixie Alley. It's because of the decreased visibility from the terrain itself and the poor reception here. Still buffering just a tiny bit. Looks like we'll have plenty of time to kind of relax a little bit as things are still more so in the development phase, so to speak, which is good because I wanted to figure out how to get this better before things really started to jump off here. If anything's going on with my stream, please let me know in the chat. I'll do my best to fix them. The issues I have, of course. Switch over to this radar again at Little Rock. Storm looking a little less impressive over this way right here. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit more messy right here. It's along this little, this one's fired along that stationary front. But it looks like it's starting to get a little bit undercut here. Some new storms are starting to fire a little further to the south. And I think if there's anything that Brett Adair might end up turning hot on, it might be this cell right here that's trying to develop. Or some of these cells that are a little further to the south of this one here. Along with that MCS. All these kind of look like they have that little bit of a kidney bean shape, that low level helicity that you would see on the hordeographs. But nothing really catching my eye, so to speak, in regards to immediate threats for tornadic activity. Let's go ahead and look at this one on the vorticity here. It looks like we got a new warning that just popped up too. Oh no, it's a special weather statement. So this is out towards Arkansas, towards Union County, Arkansas, and Union County, Louisiana. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. It's this lone little cell right here. This will be something to keep an eye on. It is discreet, is in that tornado watch zone, is in our slight risk, so we will be watching that extra close. Right now we're still waiting. All right. Let's go ahead and look at Brett Adair's stream again. See if anyone else is out here too. Temperature's starting to drop where he's at, just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're not getting him right now. Let's see if we can try somebody else out here. Let's see who this is. I think this is Brandon Kopic here, actually. Oh no, that's Brad Arnold. So many people to keep up with here, and like I said, I'm new to this. We have Brad Arnold's instruments, but the stream is not there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest scan with this cell right here. There's a decent little inflow notch that's developed here. It's definitely something worth keeping an eye on. We'll see if this ends up bowing out towards the south side, though, because that's going to be a key factor in what ends up happening next with this. I'm not seeing as much lightning around it either. So it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how things unfold from here on out. Right now, I'm kind of leaning towards it not producing anything tornadic right now. I think this is going to mainly be a windstorm, if anything else, but we know how quickly things can change with these storms. So you just have to bear with it and wait, and just wait a little bit. I think this is Vince Welty right here. Yep, this is Vince right here. No stream up right now from him. I'm not getting any sort of info from. Wait, hang on a minute. Here he comes. Here he comes. Curious as to which direction he's heading. I think Vince is heading to the special weather statement storm that's a little further to the south here. Right now, it just seems like that area has more promise. Although, what I'm thinking Brad Arnold and Brett Adair about to do is I think they're looking towards these storms a little further to the south here, over between Charleston, Mississippi, and Water Valley and Drew. These storms look like they're starting to get their act together just a little bit. It's gonna, with the limited amount of forcing here, it's gonna take a while for things to really pop off. I think once it does get going, it could get pretty crazy in a hurry here. Yeah, Vince's stream is a little bit on the laggy side. Not boding well for me since I'm lagging myself at times. Cell to the south of Stuttgart looks pretty interesting now too. It's starting to look like it's trying to organize a little bit too. I do think these little showers to the south of it are going to inhibit its development though. So this is going to make so this cell right here, while this is going to take a little bit longer for it to get its act together. So while we're waiting on that, guess we'll just switch over to these cells over here towards Mississippi and keep an eye on those. In fact, I'm going to try to switch radar sites here, see if we can't get a better picture. Hope I didn't make a mistake here. This is also the Columbus Air Force Base radar site. Huh? What in the world? There we go. See if we get a better picture with this here. It's got that kidney bean look to it, but not really much going on with that right now either. We're just outside the radar ring for that severe thunderstorm warning. I think the best common point will probably be the Memphis radar. Yeah, this storm looks like it's trying to bow out and cause some damaging winds here. I don't really see an imminent threat with anything tornadic with this one. This storm looks like it's struggling right now. Things look like they're going to be quiet starting out. Again, not surprising considering the dynamics. Not a lot of forcing here, so any storms that develop, they're going to be few and far in between. But the potential is enough to where these will warrant a lot of attention, especially as we transition later into the evening as that low-level jet starts to strengthen. The storm's getting a little bit more impressive over here between Oakland and Cortland here. Starting to get more organized. I don't see a lot of lightning with it. That's one thing I will say there. But it does have a good shape to it. Oops, I zoomed in a little too far. And this is right past the line into Mississippi here, so this was an area of interest. This was an area I particularly had called out too. So this is what Brett Adair and Brad Arnold are probably going to be watching and maybe willing to pounce on if this storm starts to develop and really get its act together here. Looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued here. So, looks like the newest one just got issued for Polk and Howard counties in Arkansas. We'll switch to that radar really quickly. We'll see what this one looks like and kind of just go from there. We're really struggling to load today. I feel like we were a lot better on Sunday. Feel like we're competing with somebody on the Wi-Fi level somehow. I don't know how exactly, but we'll have to figure it out, I suppose. This is further back towards western Arkansas too. Yeah, this is a little line segment right here. It's the Fort Smith radar, so we get a pretty good view of it. Definitely see the potential for damaging winds there. Look at the contrast right here between the green, or the transition between the green all the way to the orange and reds here. So right around that little sector right there is where we could see some damaging winds develop. We'll go ahead and take a look at the velocities here. Hopefully this doesn't slow us down too much. There is a little bit of a sign of rotation here, albeit mostly broad. There's some weak actually, that rotation's starting to grow just a tiny bit here. That could be slightly in relation with the radar, because I know we're sort of close, but no, we're not that close. That could be something to watch right here. Could be a little kink in here that we end up seeing emerge within a little bit here. This could be a storm that ends. This could be our first tornado warning, possibly here. See what goes on there. Switch back to reflectivity here. Cause if that last scan came in, yeah, I do see a little bit of a kink somewhere up in here. Small points of rotation right here are going to be key. There's no storm chasers on this, so we won't get a true visual of it. It's going to be mainly Doppler radar on this one. I think a lot of storm chasers are mainly going to be invested more so towards Mississippi right now. I think that's where the best ingredients are going to be coming together as time goes on. We do have somebody over here that's in Arkansas hanging around towards, it looks like Sheridan. If I can, yep, Sheridan. If I can click on them, we'll go ahead and see what their feed is looking like. Maybe they might be charging toward this song. It looks towards this storm. Oh, there's Brandon Kopic. I've been looking for him. He's who we were watching the other night when we ended up seeing the tornado go through Oklahoma City.
Continue to smush that like and subscribe button, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
Volume is up loud. The other guys are pretty quiet at the moment. Sorry if that caught you guys off guard. Sure, it caught me off guard. Jeez. Okay, I think I just saw your message, Kay, or Cat. Still buffering, just a little bit, but I'm better. It's a little better now. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I was really struggling there. I'm still kind of struggling whenever I look at the chaser feeds a bit, but it's getting better. I feel like I'm competing with somebody's device for the Wi-Fi right now or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we're buffering here and there with Brandon Kopic's stream. Now that's strange. That's something I wouldn't be able to explain there. Come to think of it, though, a little earlier today I had that problem too. When I really think about it. I was at work, actually. I was out in a spot that generally had good reception. And I think it was when I was trying to make a post earlier. It was, I think I was next to a gas station. I was just having a hard time getting that out there. All right. Let's go ahead and check on these other storms. I'm especially interested in those ones that are over towards Mississippi. See if we can switch back over to the Memphis. Yeah, it's still acting up. Sheesh. Dang it. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble here and there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the internet right now. It was so much better on Sunday, but right now I'm really going through it. May have to give Xfinity a call here at some point. It's getting a little bit. This is getting a little ridiculous. All right, so now we're back towards the Memphis radar. We'll take a look at things. Like, it's weird. It's like it comes and goes. It's like for a little bit it'll do okay, and I guess it's sometimes whenever I pop up the Storm Chaser feed, maybe that's what's going on. But like, it's weird. It'll come and go. Like when I go into my interface here, now I'm not having any issues. But right after I go into a Storm Chaser feed, it kind of lingers. It's like it almost lingers for a few minutes. I know that's asking a lot as far as bandwidth is concerned, and I know this computer isn't like the newest, but the thing that I would have this kind of problem already, it's a little bit irritating. It's a work in progress though. Like I said, I'm new to all of this, so it's a little tricky. All right, let's see. Yep, see there, and now it's doing it again. I've just gone into my interface. I keep getting these skip frame messages. And this was just a few seconds ago, too. I appreciate your patience, though, by the way. Another special weather statement. And this is for the storm that's over towards Indiana and Kentucky. This had a severe thunderstorm warning on it earlier. I think it's been allowed to expire. But I think for the most part, that storm is still intense enough to watch. Go ahead and see what the details are with this. Yep, that warning, it was allowed to expire over there across that area. Winds are still possible. It would be in excess of about 40 miles an hour and penny-sized hail. It's radar indicated. Minor tree damage. Storm will be near Hawksville and Tell City within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Also, we'll have to keep an eye on flooding with this as well. I think this is Brad Arnold starting to zoom in closer towards these storms over here in and around Memphis. I'm almost tempted to look at the feed, but I'm not going to. Same with Brad Arnold. Excuse me. I mean, we can see here that this isolated cell over excuse me, over towards Mississippi is still pretty discreet, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't really see any potential with this just yet. We'll go ahead and give this one a little bit more time, though, as it looks like it's still in a relatively good environment at the moment. This next little sector of this storm over here that's over towards Holly Grove, Arkansas, that looks pretty interesting. I think we could see maybe a severe thunderstorm warning. It does have a little bit of an appendage here, too, that's slightly suspicious. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see if this ends up turning into something more significant. Then this small little cell right here, always have to keep an eye out for mergers. So there's still plenty going on here, but nothing of significance as of yet still. This was going to be one of those types of setups that it's going to be 50-50. We would either end up seeing a handful of storms going severe, or maybe we might see nothing at all. But given the nature of the environment around this area, I do think that eventually we will see some activity. Question is, across this tornado watch, just where will that be exactly, and what will it look like? Where's my water at? I already downed it. Still trying to troubleshoot the issue. I think we're starting to get a little bit more consistent. I do see. Also, tell me if if I'm able to respond to the chat messages a little bit better, Kat. I remember on the last one you said I was a little bit slow, and I think that was because of the latency issue. Like I said, I'm still new to all of this, so I'm still trying to figure it all out. But I think I had the latency too high on Sunday, and I think that's why messages were coming in a little bit slow. So it looks like no new warnings as of right now. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any new severe thunderstorm warnings. I think everything is mainly a little further to the north here. Still have that one severe storm that's hanging out over here towards the Kentucky-Indiana line here. This is in the marginal risk, by the way. You always have to respect this area. It's easily overlooked here, and it looks like they also just issued a mesoscale discussion. Let's go ahead and read that while we're waiting on things to fire off here a little further to the south. Storms actually look pretty solid on radar. See a nice little line here that's developed. We also have to watch for these little kinks in the line. There's still a chance that some of these could end up maybe producing a quick spin up. I'm not super sold on that, but I think for the most part, this is going to be pretty limited. So this mesoscale discussion basically discusses the severe potential across this area. Watch is currently unlikely. Probability of watch issuance is 20%. This diffuse cold front will pose a severe hail and damaging wind risk, but the lack of buoyancy over there is going to be pretty limited. There's not going to be much lift. There's really not too much lift all across the board in general. That storm system that's causing all these storms and causing this moisture plume to develop around this region is still all the way back out west towards, I'd say, California, and that's actually causing a lot of wintry precipitation across parts of the even the Southwest, actually, and the Rockies. So I think we're actually down now to one severe thunderstorm warning. I haven't seen any others as of yet. Oh wait, here's the other one towards Arkansas here. Go back to the Fort Smith radar there. Oh, hey, Dog Nuts. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you here. We're still waiting on things to fire up here. If you feel free to leave a comment in the chat and let me know which area you're in or which area you're looking for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and check this storm out again. Earlier it had a little bit of rotation with it, but it was very broad, very weak, very underwhelming. See if that's still holding true. I do see that line continuing to increase in its size, but the intensity of it's not very impressive. Do see that little bit of a notch forming here. Actually, that does look a tiny bit suspicious, like it's trying to go into a supercellular type mode, but it's kind of hard to say right now. Let's go with the velocity. Let's go with the velocity scan here. Ooh, the rotation is getting a little bit more interesting, especially right over here. I'm a little suspicious here. That green and red is definitely touching. Let's go ahead and take a look, maybe the base of this. See what the velocity looks like. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's getting a little bit of a spin here. I'm wondering if the National Weather Service is taking a good look at this, because this might be enough to, I would say, maybe even call a tornado warning on this storm. We're going to watch this one a little bit more closely. I do see a chaser in proximity here. And it's Brandon Kopic, of course. Guy that's always in the action. See if maybe we can pull him up on stream here and see what he's got going on. He's basically sitting here and just waiting. I wonder if he's seeing the same radar scan that we are. Looks like we're struggling to keep him. Hey, Metal and Weather Nerd in Western Colorado. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. Man, it's cool to hear. It's cool to see a lot more weather nerds that are listening to metal out here. You play any instruments, by the way? Just curious. See what this latest severe thunderstorm warning looks like. If there's any tag on it. I don't see it just yet. Don't see any changes just yet. I do think that they should at the very least put a tornado possible tag on this. Because that definitely looks to me like it's rotating. Correct me if I'm wrong, but whenever you see red and green touching like that, usually it's a pretty good sign that that storm is beginning to rotate. And then when you look on reflectivity, it does have that look like it is trying to create a small hook here. We have a new special weather statement here. And this is over towards Valayan. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a pretty strong looking storm. Nothing in particular that stands out just yet with this. But it is something that still evolving here. I'm thinking this is going to lean more so towards a hail threat. Maybe some 40-mile-per-hour winds as of right now. But this is heading into that more and more favorable environment as it moves further to the east. So this is going to be something that has to be watched really close from here on out. Yeah, all right, that storm's just kind of cycling a little bit. It seems like it's trying to form a hook here, but it's also seeming like it's trying to bow out on the southern sector of this, like it's outflow dominant. It's going to be a tricky. This is going to be tricky here for a little bit. I'm kind of leaning towards this probably remaining as is, more so damaging winds. Oh, nice. Oh, you from Ohio? That's where my dad's side of the family's from. Which part of Ohio? Oh, wait, it was Cleveland. I'm not reading. But my dad's side of the family is from Springfield mostly. A few of them scattered about now, but I'm pretty familiar with those areas. What subgenre metal is it that you do? See, up to about 8 viewers right now. I guess I can make a little update really quickly. To anyone that's just tuned in here, by the way, we are looking at the beginning of what's set to be a multi-day severe weather event. Today is supposed to honestly be the quietest of the 3 days, as parameters, while they are still in place, they're not in as great abundance as what we could see tomorrow in particular, where we already have a moderate risk, which is a level 4 out of 5 for severe weather. Across some of these same areas too, and a little bit further out to the west as well. Some areas that could be involved in that are Dallas and Waco, Alexandria, you're in there as well. A lot of other, and there's many other areas. We'll get a closer look at that in a minute. Oh, hey, Kyle. Doom and stoner metal, huh? Still dealing with the buffering, huh, Cat? It seems like it comes and goes. I don't know why that's the case, but I'm constantly checking the interface here. It seems like over the last little bit, it's gotten better. I think the main thing is to try to avoid some of the chaser feeds starting out. I think also because of, like I said, the location being around the Ozarks, cell phone reception can be pretty tricky. You played in a in Falling in post-metal band called Ceres. Okay, that's pretty cool, dog nuts. I'm actually into more melodic death metal, extreme metal. Yeah, Kyle. I can't believe it. We're already getting some of those guys in here. Yeah, Kyle over here is not only a huge weather nerd here, but he's a pretty sick musician. I've actually worked with him on a couple collabs on my other YouTube channel. If you go through my page here, you'll see the link to that. Speaking of which, Kyle, would you be cool with me featuring your channel on my page in the future, so that way they can find both of us? Because the whole Metalhead Weatherman moniker, I think that's more than applicable for, well, you and Dognuts here as well, really. New alerts. Let's see if these are all special weather statements. Flash flood warning. And it's with that same storm that's got the severe thunderstorm warning on it. With the way that setup is, like I said, a lot of these storms are forming along a stationary boundary. So this was always going to be a threat. And then right behind this little group of storms that's going over the same areas, we have more storms behind that. So this flash flood warning is going to probably be ongoing for a bit here. Some areas that are involved in that, go ahead and look at some of those. I'll work on that in a little bit. Especially, I'll probably get onto that real quick since it's pretty quiet right now. I haven't really seen anything in the way of tornado warnings. Just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing super duper impressive. Oh, this got upgraded a little bit. We have hail up to 1.25 inches now over here towards Kentucky and Indiana now. A lot of the same counties are still in play. Breckenridge, Meade, Crawford, Perry, and Harrison counties. We'll go ahead and switch over to that and take a look at that real quick. Those storms seem like they're the most impressive out of all the others right now, truthfully. Trying to get my radar to zoom out a little bit here. It's a little closer than what I would like to be seeing. There we go. Oh, this looks like it might be on a beeline towards Louisville here. Could see some 60-mile-per-hour winds across this region here, and then maybe some damaging winds. And this is over towards the marginal risk here, which is the craziest part about all of this. In fact, this storm actually has a history of producing. We have 50-mile-per-hour wind gust plus, and looks like maybe some flooding here. Yeah, look at how impressive that return is on the reflectivity here. Yep, flooding already going on with that one. Surprised I haven't seen a flash flood warning with that yet, but I'm thinking that it will be coming soon. This may very well skip to the north of Louisville here. North side of town could definitely be impacted by this storm, though, for sure. Yeah, it looks like both of these storms here look like they have a lot of heavy rainfall here, and this one has a pretty stout hail core with it. I have to keep an eye on this region here. Like I said, this isn't a marginal risk, so you would really think that not too much is going on. Aboheret decimation, or I don't know how to pronounce that other one. I don't want to embarrass myself. I already embarrassed myself enough not being able to pronounce half these towns. I'm actually not familiar with either one of those. Some bands that I'm into that are pretty heavy, pretty extreme would be Wolfheart. Really been liking them over the last few years. Flesh God Apocalypse has put out a few good albums recently. I really like the new Insomnium album that came out a couple of days ago. Well, actually, it's more like close to a week ago. Of course, there's a bunch of other bands that I probably wouldn't be able to name on stream because people would start freaking out. Like Cattle and Cannibal and all those guys. But yeah, I'm pretty versatile when it comes to the heavy stuff, or even the lighter stuff. Or at least I think I'm versatile. So we're starting to lose some of the hail here with the Polk storm here. Still seeing the 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, but the hail core with this one's starting to diminish just slightly. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. I saw that on Instagram. That was rough. Man. Yeah, you guys have been getting slammed up there lately too. Like, are you just east? Like, how far east are you of the Rockies? Cause I know I've been mentioning that area a lot in some of my videos, in some of my last few videos. I actually got to see them. What was it? I think it was November when they came in with Amon Amarth. That was cool, but the only problem was I got off work really late, so I only got to see like the last two songs of their set. I was so bummed about that. Like, that hurt my feelings. And then on top of that, the doors opened earlier than what I'm used to. I don't know what it is about the venue that I go, that particular venue, but I never get to see the first band, or I get to see the very end of the first set, and it always gets me so irritated. Yeah, there's definitely still a pretty good threat of damaging winds with this right now. So far, nothing new as far as warnings are concerned. Just special weather statements continually being issued here. Oh, jeez. I've never even heard of that area, but right where the desert meets the western slopes. Ugh. Doesn't sound like a fun area to be though, right then. Like right now to me. Seems like you could end up seeing either a boatload of snow or a whole lot of nothing, depending on the storm track and other variables. Also, the wave off of the mountains. Okay, so this special weather statement just got issued for this area right where I think that's Bread Adair. Right around where Bread Adair is. Let's go ahead and see if let's go ahead and see what he might be seeing here. If the stream will pop up. This is Brad Arnold actually. I think Bread Adair is the other one. Come on now. We gotta look at his instruments, but I do not see his stream. Yeah, I don't know if he even has a stream up. Like I said, across this area of the Ozarks here, internet can be really rough. So as a result, we could be struggling a bit here with getting some of these feeds. Because all we can do now is just look at the Memphis radar site and just kind of get an idea of what could be going on here. Still pretty quiet. I'm trying to see what this area over towards Grenada, Mississippi is going to do. It seems like these storms want to materialize, but we're just not really getting things to jump off just yet. Which, in all honesty, is a good thing. Looks like Vince Welty here is on the move. I think he might be trying to blast his way towards these storms over here towards southern Mississippi, or towards north central Mississippi here. So I'm thinking if there isn't going to be anything that really has a shot at becoming anything notable, it's going to be these storms here, I think, as of right now. So, okay, it's wet and muddy right now. Yeah, you guys are definitely not in a drought anymore. There is no question about that. Not at all. Like, I'd be very shocked if you're still in there. Shape of these storms are really impressive over here, but they just cannot seem to get their acts together. Like, they just do not seem like they are able to flourish fully. Like I said, I think that's partially due to the lack of forcing over here, so it gets really frustrating at times. Trying to figure out what's going to happen next with these. Looks like they've extended that severe thunderstorm warning, and it's now looking like it is making a beeline towards Hot Springs, Arkansas here. Go ahead and switch over to the Little Rock site now as it's getting closer to that. I think that might present a better picture here. See this little backward C right here? So we're definitely still seeing a lot of damaging wind potential with this. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity scan here again. A little earlier, this storm had a little rotation with it, but it just wasn't able to really hold up. Probably still has a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Oh no, not too much. Looks very disorganized. Well, I'm out of here. I guess I could add Kyle to the featured channels here. Is my mom in the background? A little loud. Hopefully this doesn't cause the stream to lag while I'm messing around here on YouTube real quick. So far, it looks like things are good here. Hey, dog. Oh, no problem, Kyle. Of course, you already know, man. Also, I got a cover coming up soon with that. By the way, man, another one. This will be like what, the 5th one this year? I think I just finished recording the guitar for it last night. Had to go through it again and do like the whole mix down process, but I think it turned out pretty good. That song had been giving me fits in like years past, though. Yeah, nothing new as far as warnings are concerned. In one sense, I kind of want this to be a day where we end up seeing a whole lot of nothing, but it's an Insomnium cover, but it's an old one. That's not. I don't think that's too hard. If I remember correctly, all I have to do is just scroll down to the. Wait, I haven't done this in a minute. Literally having a brain fart about this. But yeah, a hint to what the cover is. It's an Insomnium cover. It's like from one of the first 2 albums. That'll probably be up in the next couple weeks or so. Okay, I don't remember how to do the featured channel thing yet. But I guess while it's pretty slow right now, I probably can just figure it out. Uh, Hey Jay, how you doing, bud? I don't really have a way to look. I'm not sure if I'm reading all of that perfectly. My Spanish is really rusty, but I don't think I have a way of looking at the weather in Argentina. Again, feel free to correct me. Like I said, my Spanish is really rusty, but feel free to correct me. I'm not trying to be rude, bro. Oh man, I'm in love with that last album that they dropped. Have you listened to that yet? Uh, yeah, nothing new going on still. Guess we'll just mainly be talking about music on here for a bit. We're still just waiting on things to kind of play out more or less. One thing I will say also about this thread is that it doesn't have a very large window of opportunity here. As we start to lose the daytime heating, the threat's going to diminish. I mean, we'll be back here tomorrow because that's going to be the big day. But looking at things right now, I'm not really seeing a whole lot with it. It's just more so these storms just don't really have the lift that they would really need to kind of just take off and be severe. No, they just dropped the full album, Kyle. Anno 1696 is the name. They dropped that, I think it was February 24th to be exact. So it was almost a week ago. But yeah, I've been talking about that a little bit. Yep, perfect example of what I'm talking about. That forcing, almost like a cap. The cap is still there across parts of northern Mississippi here. The cap is definitely interacting with these storms. Like they start to develop, they start to grow, and then they quickly become sloppier and sloppier on radar before they just start to become just rain showers more or less. So, yeah, this is one thing that I was kind of concerned about. Jay, man, I'm sorry. I can't read. I just can't read Spanish. Yeah, man, you need to listen to that whole thing from start to finish. Uh, I think my favorite has to be the third track on the record. Either that one or the last one, which is called The Rapids. I love the way they transition from that almost black metal-esque type riffs into the thrashy 3/4 time riff. It was just beautifully done. Well, that's quite a return that just popped up here towards Hot Springs. I think that Storm's Hail Cores actually returned with it. And there's an interesting little inflow feature that's popped up there. Yeah, it's a new severe thunderstorm warning. They have that now back at 1-inch hail. And then we have new severe thunderstorm warnings over towards Kentucky and Indiana here. This one is still ongoing for Meade, Crawford, Perry, Harrison, and Breckinridge counties. And then we have yet another one that's over towards Trigg and Christian counties. We'll go ahead and look at that one real quick. Let me know what you think when you do. Like, those guys are my favorite band, and I'm hoping to see them next month if at all possible. Well, this one looks like it's heading towards Hopkinsville. Looks like there could be some 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this one. Definitely has a heavy rain look to it for sure. Hail's below severe limits. A little bit of phlegm in my throat. Partially due to the pine straw I had to do today at work. It was really dusty, if I'd say so myself. Just while we're still in this little slow period here, I'm going to try to figure out how to feature channels. Plenty of special weather statements, but not too many severe warnings. No tornado warnings as of yet. There's even a special weather statement over towards Ohio now. I don't know if I even have any allergies. I have to actually check. But sometimes sometimes whenever you do pine straw, like especially if you do what's called long needle pine straw, it can be really dusty and it can kind of mess with you a bit. And I think that's partially what's going on here. That and it really leaves a lot of bumps on your arms. It doesn't really feel like allergy symptoms. I'm no doctor though, so I can't really say for sure. But yeah, I was feeling fine this morning until I started working. I think that's the story of everyone's life. But nah, I think it's mostly just the pine straw. I was really hoping to avoid doing that kind of job today. But our maintenance route was done, so we had to find something to do. It's a pretty strong storm over here towards Ohio. This is heading in the direction, actually, of Springfield, ironically. If this holds together, which it might. So, if there's any chance that some of my family over there might be watching, just get ready. You got a little bit of natural fireworks on the way. A little bit of boom boom here and there. The cell to the west of Hot Springs soon. Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, earlier I saw a decent velocity couplet on there, but they didn't call it. I'm kind of perplexed as to why, but I don't know. I'm gonna go check it again. Like we had, like and it's like it fluctuates too. Like it comes and goes. Like one scan it'll look really good, and then by the next it looks like crap, and then just on and on we go with that. Let me get back over to that one. The hail size continues to go up with that though, so that is a sign that maybe some things might be changing with that cell. I'd just like to be able to get over to it. Dang, thought clicking the globe send you to the storm, but I suppose not. Or I guess I have to double click it or something. Radar Omega just went through an update. I think it was earlier this morning, and I haven't really had a chance to mess with it before going on here. I guess this was a good trial period to kind of figure things out. Yeah, sometimes we end up catching it quicker than they do. Who knows? Jeez, this thing is loading really slow. Oh, yeah, you are 100% right. That does have a very good couplet. But we'll see what they end up doing here. It's an increasing amount of lightning around it, which is also another good sign that this storm's strengthening. Let's go ahead and look at it on the. Let's go ahead and look at it at reflectivity. Reflectivity here. Oh wow! Oh wow! That's actually starting to look really good now. There's one heck of a hail core with this too, and this has that look like it's trying to make a hook there. Appreciate it, Kyle. You see in this storm right here though, that's between Mount Ida and Norman, Arkansas here. This is starting to look really impressive now. In fact, I'm kind of wanting to take a look at the CC. I'm a little curious. And look at the lightning that's really no CC. Well, that looks a little sus over here to the north of Norman, but I'm not entirely sure. But this really started to pick up quickly over here. There's no storm chaser near it, man. I think that's what I'm on right now myself. I'm looking. Oh no, I'm using the Fort Smith radar, and it still looks impressive on that one. But on either one, I'm thinking this should get a tornado warning. This should warn a tornado warning, 100%. I don't see why it doesn't. Find that kind of wild that it hasn't done. They haven't done anything about it yet. I don't see anything on the CC drop just yet, though. Well, looks really messy with the. It looks really messy from the Little Rock site. Fort Smith site showed a little bit better definition as far as the CC, but even so, it's kind of hard to tell if there's anything on the ground or not right now. I'm really interested. Oh, look at that. Yeah, this is going into a discrete cell now. Like before it was outflow. Before it was like outflow dominant for sure, but now this is definitely looking like this looks mean. Even has that little eagle claw structure to it. So yeah, I think this is going to be the storm we'll start watching here. Yeah, I could see that too. But it's weird though, because when you look at the Fort Smith one, it's not really picking up on that. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at this last scan. It's really starting to hook out now. We may even see this do a right turn. But yeah, this is heading directly toward. Oh wow, this is heading directly towards Hot Springs. This could be a dangerous situation beginning to unfold here. Then we might have I'm almost certain we're gonna have our first tornado warning here from this storm. It was a really good call, Dog Nuts. That was spot on. That was like picture perfect right there. Yeah, look at this scan though. Man. And this is exactly what I'm sure people were worried about with this setup here. Even though the forcing was very subtle, the fact of the matter is with the low-level jet, especially with it starting to pick up later at night, there was always a possibility of this happening. I mean, we've had a very abundant, warm and moist sector across this region for almost a week, really. So it's pretty easy to see why they were so concerned about it, but now there's no question. We're really just waiting. Really, the tornado warning at this point is more so a formality. Like that is a really impressive radar signature. Let's go back to the Let's go back to the velocity product. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 100% rotating for sure. Like, you can't tell me that that's not. See if they even have the tornado possible tag with it. What are they doing? Yeah, it shows, man. It definitely shows. That's one thing I always wanted to do, is get out there, but it costs, man. It really costs to do that. Where in the world is a tornado warning for this? Like, I don't see how in the world. Like, this is kind of perplexing to me. I mean, that's a signature that definitely would warn a tornado warning, if you ask me. There it is, finally. It's about time, and this is heading right towards Hot Springs too. I don't know why they waited so long. But yeah, this is definitely heading towards Hot Springs. We have Hot Springs County, Saline County, Garland, and Montgomery counties in the path of this tornado warning here. This was just issued. It's a radar indicated tornado as of right now. It's in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Storm's moving at 60 miles an hour, by the way. And it actually has history of producing up to 2-inch hail, too. So actually, this 1.75 tag is actually a little bit out of date now. But let's go ahead and look at this latest scan here. Oh, yeah. Definitely plenty of rotation there. Let's go ahead and actually see if there's something down here. So far, there isn't any storm chasers over here near it. So we're going to be pretty much looking entirely on radar for this one. Still a lot of mess here. I think this is definitely, like you're saying, dog nuts. Probably a lot of inflow kicking up a lot of dust, making it really hard to see anything on the CC. Let me see if maybe I can go back towards Fort Smith and maybe get an idea going on. Ooh. I want to show read on here, but I get the feeling the second I do, I'm probably going to end up getting the stream taken down. So best thing to do is just kind of bear with it. Hang on, there is a storm chaser nearby. Question is he going to get? Oh yeah, he's on it right now. Who is it? Let's see who this is exactly. Yep, Brandon Kopic. I had a feeling it was him. Let's see what he's got going on with this storm here. It's actually who we were looking at on Sunday when we ended up seeing the tornado that went through Norman and Oklahoma City. So let's go ahead and see what he ends up seeing here. Looks like he's on a good pathway to maybe intercepting. He's going to be heading through Sheridan momentarily. I don't know if he'll catch it in time, though, in this situation. Let's go ahead and try and switch over to this Fort Smith radar. Yeah. Yeah, I would. Because I remember there was another YouTuber that I used to watch when he would do live streams, and whenever he would try to go on other storm chasers' feed outside of Radar Omega, they would nail him every time. Like he would end up being booted like several different times within one stream. Like that just sounds like pure misery having to go through that. So I'm just gonna see what I'm saying though. Look at this right here. I just switched over to the Fort Smith radar, and then look at this. It looks so much more clear. And then on top of that, I mean, there's a little bit of inflow dust, but there is a little bit of a drop that kind of coincides with the look of maybe a tornado on the ground. It's just really frustrating that we can't see it on both radar sites, because it just leaves me with a little bit of doubt. This could be a big thing, right? This could be a big tornado on the ground. I'm serious. I mean, because when I look over at the Fort Smith radar, look at this. Like I said, look right here. There's lightning all around that area too. It's a telltale sign, but see, like right here, this is where I'm suspicious. Oh, would move when I did that. Now I'm starting to see more inflow dust with this, I guess. Come on. There we go. But right about here is where I'm really leery of things. Somewhere about here, and that's right about where that hook is. But yeah, I think Copic is going to catch this. 100%. Yeah, I can't really keep his stream up, though. That's the only downside. Yeah, like it just keeps buffering. I tell you, chasing across Dixie Alley can be an absolute nightmare sometimes. I wonder if they've upgraded this yet. I think it might be time to do so for sure. So far, I'm leaning towards no. It's remaining radar indicated. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is down. I'm gaining more and more confidence that it is. This is a very dangerous situation too. Hot Springs is not a small town. It's a pretty notable city. Whoa, look at the reflectivity on this. This almost has that textbook supercellular look to it. In fact, I'm going to screenshot that. Like, this is a really impressive storm on radar. It's one of the many features you have to love with Radar Maker. Kyle, are you seeing this storm, man? Holy. This is not good, though. This is not good at all. I think this is going to hit towards the north side of Hot Springs. So if you happen to be in Mountain Pine, Fountain Lake, I'm going to scroll down, see if I can get to the street level here. If you're anywhere on I guess this would be US 270. Take shelter now. If you are in your car, might be time to ditch it or get to a sturdy structure because it's coming and it's coming hard and fast. Some other small towns that might be in the path here are Royal, Bear, Hawes, Piney, Chandler, Sunshine, and Mares. Mares, if you haven't already, you need to be running to your safe place. Maddox, the same for you too. Royal as well. Hawes, you have a little bit of time, but it's time to go now. Ozark Lithia. A little bit further down the line, this will be for you guys, and then Fountain Lake as well. We also can't rule out places like Pleasant Hill, Rockwell. It looks like the Hot Springs Airport we're going to have to watch you guys too. Hemp Wallace, this could get pretty close to you as well, so make sure you are taking shelter if you happen to be watching this stream in there. Sure. Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, it looks like it's going to cooperate now. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think at some point this was down. I'm almost sure of it. I really think at some point this was down, because that was an incredible look on the radar there. Like that was about as textbook of a supercell, of a tornadic supercell as you could get, honestly. You can't really ask for too much more. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity product with that as well. Nah, the way that CC was positioned, I was thinking that it was a little too far to the south to just be 2-inch hail. Uh oh. Here we go. This is exactly what I was worried about happening with this. And this one's still rotating strongly too. This is why you start these streams early. So that way you're there for everything. I think there was a new warning just issued too. Let's go ahead and take a look. Still one tornado warning right now. Probably a new severe thunderstorm warning though. And you said it was right to the south of Kopic's location? Let's go ahead and scroll out then, see what this looks like. Let's go ahead and get back to reflectivity here. I kind of see what you're talking about just on the velocity here, but let's make sure we're clear. Okay, let's get that back going. Yeah, it's a nice little bean right there. That could be the next one, and this will be this has that interesting look like it's gonna be a little bit further to the south of Pine Bluff, but look how it's tilted over to, like, it's almost like trying to already do a right turn. Like I said, yeah, this looks like it is trying to make that right turn too, this big cell right here. Oh boy, this could be bad. One thing that is a little bit of a positive look there is the fact that I'm not seeing that hook curling in. It's kind of curling out, almost as if there's a little bit of an issue with outflow there. Oh, nah, it's still trying to... still looks pretty nasty, but if I was hoping somehow that maybe this hook would curl outward, become outflow dominant, and kind of choke off the storm. But yeah, this looks like it's heading directly for the center of town here. Oh no. But yeah, you're right though. Dognuts. It looks like Brandon is not going to be anywhere close to that storm by the time it reaches Hot Springs, unfortunately. He may very well find a way to intercept if he gets right up here on 167. No. Well, maybe if he gets to Sheridan, he could get close. The road network isn't really great, but if he could get to I-30, maybe he could catch up with it by the time it gets to Benton. Crazy stuff going on here. See if we can get a look at the CC drop now. Maybe we'll see something a little bit more definitive. This storm is definitely has really picked up a lot of momentum. It's still really messy right now, but somewhere in here, I do think there's a tornado on the ground. I just don't know. I just don't know for sure, but I'm thinking somewhere in there could be something down. It's a really noisy return, but it's all around where that hook is. Like the CC drop around here, this would be where the hail would be. Yeah, I think there's something down right about here. I'm going to mark it. Somewhere around here is where I think it's somewhere right here. In fact, I do think it's right here. I'm going to go ahead and call it. I would almost go as far as to say maybe this could be a tornado emergency, but we haven't seen it yet. Still calling this radar indicated, but this is heading towards a populated area. I don't know why we are not seeing increased urgency with this warning here. At least I would at least say PDS tornado warning. Yeah, I think we could. Yeah, but yeah, Kyle, I do think we could be seeing a direct hit on Hot Springs. Uh, you hate to see this kind of. You hate to see this kind of thing. And then not before long, actually, if you look at the trajectory here, this could go to the south side of Little Rock here. I don't see any reason as to why this storm would dissipate. There's nothing to its south that would really inhibit it. Like if we scroll down to our south here, there's no reason at all for this storm to dissipate right now. Low level jets really starting to pick up here around this region, just as expected. So as a result, this area is like a powder. This area was already like a powder keg, but yeah, literally nothing to the south, west, or southeast of this storm here. Very alarming. It's very alarming. Let's go ahead and put this back in a loop here. Okay, so it looks like Brandon Kopic has made it to Sheridan, and he's going to probably try to blast west and see if there's an opportunity to maybe intercept this. So this looked like after it went between Mount Ida and Norman here, that's when things started to really take off with this storm here. In fact, I'm a little suspicious if that might not be a debris ball. I don't think so, but the way the mannerisms that we're seeing on the radar here make me believe that there could be a debris ball with this too. I think that there is a big. I do think though, and in my heart of hearts, that this could be a big tornado right here. Where's my warning at? Yeah, this is about to hit Hot Springs right now. Question is this really on the ground or not? So hard to tell with the CC. Can I get this to even... All right. Yeah, this looks like a giant mess right here. You can see the hail here possibly, but hard to say what this is going to do. Let's just hope that this isn't on the ground by chance, and we ended up seeing this weekend before it gets close to Little Rock here, because that could be disastrous, right? Appreciate that, Kyle. Appreciate that. I wish I knew what the heck was going on with this thing right now, man. Like, can't really tell for sure just whether this thing is down or not. It's really frustrating. I kind of hate being in this little wait and see mode waiting for the next scan. It feels like it's been ages already. Because, I mean, just like you said, you called it perfectly. It looks a little less impressive on here. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Last scan looks a little bit more impressive now. This kind of keeps flip-flopping back and forth here. I can't see, but still, I can't get any sort of a reading as to whether this is down or not. Like, you could almost question whether or not there is a potential debris ball in there. I'm leaning towards no, but it's just kind of hard to read right now. The velocity couplet is definitely there. But even so, if this doesn't drop a tornado in Hot Springs, a little further down the line, Benton, Haskell, Traskwood, Salem, Bryant, Alexander, I would be on the way to your safe spot because this storm does not look like it's going away anytime soon. And this has a great chance of dropping a tornado, maybe even a big one. It's a very strong, there's a very strong velocity couplet with this. And at times a questionable correlation coefficient drop here, or CC drop. So it's gonna be one of those deals where it could get a little scary, but the main thing you need to do is stay calm, get to your safe spot, make sure you're doing everything that you need to do. You should get through this just fine. Still having a hard time reading the CC. Let's try and switch back over to Little Rock here, but I think the noise is just going to pretty much be the same. I think they're going to reissue. I think they're reissuing the tornado warning actively right now. Yeah, anywhere across the Ozarks region is seems like it's pretty difficult to navigate through. I can only imagine what it's like trying to storm chase with it. And I've just lost the tornado warning, oddly enough. They let it expire? Surely they didn't. Surely they didn't do that. What in the world is going on here? We literally just watched the tornado disappear, the tornado warning disappear on stream, and then what? I know for a fact that that storm is still rotating. That couplet was way too intense for it to just suddenly die out like that. If it is, I don't know, but no, there's still a couplet there. There's still a very notable couplet there. What happened to the tornado warning? It's really weird stuff going on over here towards Little Rock. I'm trying to understand what the heck's going on. I'm not trying to bash these guys or anything, but I just find it odd that the tornado warning that's been there for this storm that's still very actively rotating and suddenly just vanished. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Maybe I have something going on with Radar Omega? No? No, I'm still getting other warnings popping up, but again, no tornado warning. That's really freaking odd. New tornado warning in Tennessee. Why is it not popping up? Okay, there we go. It just popped up. Wait. I think they just issued... Maybe they just issued it for that other one? Alright. Looks like we're going to be in the velocity product already, so... We'll get to have a good idea on whether or not this is rotating on... Or whether or not how strongly this thing is rotating. Cannot get my words out right now. And my computer's running slow. Yeah, they're still not reissuing that tornado warning. I find that really odd. Guess all we can do is move on to this one for now. If this will load. I gotta figure out how to get this internet to be better. Dang, my radar is just not, the radar is just not loading. Is it like a smaller scale radar that I've gone to and it's just not? Yeah, something's up here with, I think something's up with Radar Omega because I can't get this thing to, I don't think I'm able to get this thing to act right. I can't even get this to scroll out right now or move. Let me see if there's something I'm doing wrong here. Close this back out. Close out Chrome real quick. I think that might be the problem. Okay, there we go. Looks like we're back. Looks like we're back in order here. I think, yeah, like I said, my computer is not a spring chicken, so to speak. So, guess keeping Chrome up while I'm doing this stream here is a lot to ask out of it. But okay. So here's our tornado warning in Tennessee. This is for Hardman, McNairy, and Chester counties. This radar indicated very strong couplet, by the way. And this also has 1.5 inch hail with this. Expires at 7 p.m. Central Time. So if you happen to be in the path of this storm, take shelter. Some cities that I see in the line would be Hornsby, Woodville, Masseyville. Finger, you're on the edge of the tornado warning polygon, but you need to be watching this closely as if you are right dead center in the path. This is a very strong signature, by the way. Very strong winds, especially coming on the backside of this, wrapping around the backside of this storm. Okay. They still haven't reissued that warning over towards Arkansas. Is it storm based up too high or wait, what? I find that really perplexing there. I'm going to go back to that one real quick because it's kind of working my nerves a little bit. It's like really got me irked. I'm not going to lie. Just don't understand. Yeah, I have an even older laptop that I've still doing like recording for music as far as guitars and bass are concerned. I think that laptop's about a little over 10 years old, really. This one's about maybe 6 or 7. It does good, but it's just the live streaming part, I think. That and it might be time to clean it out a bit too. You can see the storm chaser starting to move further and further in motion here, trying to catch up to the storm over here in Tennessee that's now tornado warned. What is going? I just don't get how they could just not reissue that warning with the kind of rotation we were seeing. What happened there? Well, it looks like I can't even get the radar to pop up now. It's maybe the site itself just kind of malfunctioned. I don't know why I can't get anything. It's like I can't get anything over there now. Okay, so I think that radar site's acting up right now. I'm not really able to get anything out of it. Looks like we'll just go back over to the Tennessee storm and just look at that. It's just really perplexing how we went from that tornado warning storm next to nothing as far as severe thunder, and even then just not able to see anything at all. Just wondering what in the world could be going on. Almost wonder if it's something with my computer. Hoping that's not the case. Let me check something real quick while I'm at it. CPU's up pretty high on here right now. I'm trying to figure out why I still can't. I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that's causing that. Maybe I might need to close out Radar Omega and reopen it. Yeah, I might have to. Might need a second here. I'm gonna mute real quick. Don't go anywhere real quick. Something's up with my computer. I'll be right back. Well, let's hope this works. This is frustrating. I'm wondering why I didn't have these problems on Sunday, man. Like, it's super irritating. Still moving slow, but it's a little better. Okay. Let's see if we can get this radar to work now. If that doesn't work, we'll try Memphis again, and hopefully we can figure something out here. Okay, finally we're back up. I don't know why this thing was fighting me like this. Still not great, but it's not awful. So this latest scan on the radar, not quite as impressive as the last few. I lost so much time there too. Couldn't really get to see anything on the CC drop there. That looks like it looks messy again. I mean, you'd like to think that that's possibly it, but I think it's a little too far to the north. So let's hope that isn't down, but if it is, right now I'm having trouble seeing it. I'm going to try to put this in a radar loop here, hoping that works. Because after that last little episode there, I'm a little nervous. Okay. Yeah, it just looks like a whole lot of mess. Again. So we'll just have to run this back to reflectivity here. And just kind of go from that point. Because I can't really say for sure that this is down yet. Or if it ever did drop a tornado at any point. It's interesting. That's the second storm that I've seen tonight that has looked impressive on radar, but couldn't tell if anything was down. And it's in a spot where storm chasers aren't really able to get to it. They're like, I think this is Brett Adair here. Or no, this is Brad Arnold. But he's having to go through another storm just to get in proximity of this one. I think he's already really far behind that. So as a result, I don't think we're gonna get any visuals from this one. Not to mention that storm is moving at about 40 miles an hour. Well, they could catch this one in theory, but I don't think it's going to last long enough. It has a little feature to the south side of it now that's kind of inhibiting things. It's looking a lot less impressive on radar now. So I guess now we look at this storm over here that's towards Hickory Flat. This one looks impressive. Like it could go ahead and maybe form into the next big storm here. Have a cluster of storms behind that one, and there's one off towards. I'm gonna say this is probably Holly Springs, Tennessee. That looks interesting. Has a severe thunderstorm warning with it. So a lot going on there. A lot still going on here. The window is still open in regards to potential tornadic activity, but This is all just a prelude to what we could be really seeing tomorrow. Tomorrow could be a huge day. We'll probably go over this a little bit later in the stream if we can hold up for a minute here. Things right now just really shaky with the computer right now. I think this is going to be the storm I watch next. It'll be this one right here towards Hickory Flat, heading towards Blue Mountain. This already has that kidney bean look to it. I think it's about to work its way into the next stage of supercell development. And then here's Brandon Kopic right here. He's heading to that storm that was over towards Hot Springs. The storm looks like it's no longer producing a tornado now, but it's still questionable what was happening over towards Hot Springs. But then my radar went kind of wacky too, so it's kind of hard to say. I think Brandon is mainly just waiting to see what this ends up doing. He's going to let this storm kind of overtake him a little bit. Looks like we aren't able to get his stream up though, unfortunately. Arkansas is like one of the worst places as far as internet is concerned. It's almost like it's almost as bad as what you would consider to be like almost a radar hole in a way. This storm over here towards Hickory Flat is getting more organized, but the only thing that I can see here that could inhibit it is this storm that's right behind it. It does look like it's closing in on it a bit, and what this could cause a little bit of a competition between these two storms, and we'll see which one of these two win out if these two don't end up merging together. This might have a narrow window where it might have a chance of producing. We'll probably need this to strengthen a bit more here. Let's go back to our tornado warned storm over here towards Tennessee again. This looks like a really messy storm. Definitely looks like HP, like it has HP written all over it. But as far as reflectivity is concerned, it's not very impressive. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here and see if we might see something a little bit more impressive there. Or even see if this thing is down. In fact, if anything, I think we're probably going to lose this tornado warning soon. This does not have anywhere near an impressive TVS signature as what we saw earlier, or a rotational couplet. So looks like this one we might be seeing this one die out shortly. Nothing on the CC, so it looks like we're good there. I'm just really irritated with these messy returns that we keep getting from the CC too, though. Like, it's making it really hard to tell if there's anything down. It's just like it's just wait a minute. Let me go back. Let me watch that again. I think there could have been a brief period where maybe something could have been down over here. Big question mark there. I think somewhere to the south of Bolivar, I think there could have been a tornado briefly. Still calling this radar indicated, so no way to know for sure. If there's any damage reports, then that'll be our giveaway. So it looks like outside of that tornado warning, not a whole lot more going on beyond that. Still watching these storms towards north central Mississippi to see what they end up doing. But right now, I'm just not really seeing anything that captures my eye that says, okay, this is definitely going to end up becoming the next big storm. That other storm just doesn't seem like it's quite organized just yet. But it does look like it's getting a little bit healthier slowly but surely as it heads towards Ripley. Once it heads past Ripley, that's when I'm interested to see what it'll do. But this storm behind it also is starting to look a little more impressive as well. So I think this is going to be the type of situation where we end up seeing these periods where things will get really active and then really quiet. It's going to be kind of back and forth. There is rotation with that storm over here that's towards Hickory Flat, but it's very broad. And then the same can be said with the storm that's right behind it. Very broad rotation, actually slightly better. Like here's a couplet right here that's just to the northeast of Abbeville. Definitely looks a lot better than this. The rotation's still a little bit too spread out. Which one of these storms is going to win now? That's going to be the real question here. Dang. See if I got any more water left. Getting close to that gallon. I'm getting close to the gallon for the day. Let's go ahead and scan this real quick. Neither of these storms have severe thunderstorm warnings either. But I'm telling you, that Hickory Flat storm looks like it's going to be the next one to maybe get a tornado warning if we get one at all. But the rotation right now just doesn't seem sufficient enough. But the one to the southwest of Hickory Flat that may end up heading into Hickory Flat, it's starting to look like it's getting its act together now. So we'll be mainly watching these two for the next little bit here to see what they do. Then we'll see what happens next with this. It's a new storm that's to the north of Pontotoc that's pretty interesting here. Go ahead and zoom in on that one real quick too. It's not the most impressive looking. The other two to the north of it are a little bit more organized. Not to say that this one can't get its act together too. But mainly, I guess what we're looking at, we're going to be looking more towards right now is going to be the ones towards north central Mississippi as we start to progress later into the evening. I do think the window for these storms to really start to take off here is going to begin to decrease within the next hour or so. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued there. Still got warnings all the way up in Indiana and parts of northern Kentucky, mainly for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those are for Trimble, Trimble, Jefferson, and Clark counties. Then we have our severe one storm that probably just had that tornado warning on there earlier. This one was for Benton County in Mississippi and Marshall County in Mississippi, Fayette County in Tennessee. And then, we have quite a few still. Then we still have that storm over towards Hot Spring. It's pretty much moving to the east of there now. Then we have another big severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. This one has Kenton, Campbell, Boone, Grant, Gallatin. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, so here's the one that has a tornado possible tag on it. Hardman, McNairy, and Chester counties. Oh, you just finished listening, Kyle? Yeah, it's a good album. I definitely want to try to learn a couple of songs off of there. Definitely hope I could meet those guys again like I did years ago when I went down to Panama City to see them. That was a really cool experience. Starting to see a nice little feature developing over here towards Taylor and Oxford, Mississippi as well. Still waiting to see what a lot of these will end up doing. A lot of these just don't seem like they're able to really get their act together over this region. Like the cap breaks, but it's just for whatever reason the storms aren't able to harness the low-level jet maximum that is expected to develop here. Or the cap's broken so much to where these storms are competing with each other. It's kind of hard to say exactly what's going on here. For the most part, I'm thinking that the cap's broken enough to where these storms are just competing with each other, and none of them are really winning out. This storm towards Ripley definitely looks like the most promising of all the ones over here. When we look over towards Arkansas, it's getting progressively quieter. I do see this storm over here that went through Hot Springs starting to look more like maybe a damaging windstorm real quick. Or it's shifting into that threat zone. And maybe this storm over towards Stuttgart here could have some damaging winds with it as well. It has that backward C shape. As far as tornadoes are concerned, I don't think we're done just yet. But for the most part, things look a lot less. Things don't look as threatening as they did a little bit earlier. Still a couple of storms I would watch really closely, but outside of that, there's not really a lot to go off of here. This storm over here towards Ripley is kind of cycling, doing its own little thing. This storm over here towards Pontotoc looks pretty impressive. Let's go ahead and actually take a look at the rotation with that, because I think that's a pretty nice looking storm. I would almost say I'll go ahead and call that one a supercell. It's actually D standard. I think actually every one of their songs is D standard. I also know that they like to record their leads on Ingleheads. I'm not sure what they do for rhythms though. Interesting little feature right here. I see where there's a point of rotation right here. It's kind of hard to say what's going on. And then there's another little feature right here just heading into Pontotoc that's pretty interesting too. But it looks a little discombobulated here. Let's go back to reflectivity here. Wait, okay, that's not reflectivity. But yeah, you can see that this is trying to form into a hook. But as of right now, I think the rotation is a tad bit on the broadside. Maybe within the next scan or two, I think we'll be at that point where we could maybe see a tornado warning with this. But yeah, you can see right here that the green and the red is there, but it's not really touching. It's not rotating so strongly to where it's like, okay, this screams that this is trying to produce a tornado right now. But this is a heads up, though, also for Ecru, Blue Springs, Baldwin, Guntown, and Saltillo. Or I think I pronounced that right. Saltillo, and even Marietta, Mississippi, as this storm could very well be trying to produce a tornado and should be heading your way, possibly as well. Oh, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio now. It's for those same counties. Let's go ahead and take a look at those while we're at it. It's pretty wide-spanning, pretty far-stretching severe thunderstorm warning. Most likely this is going to have damaging winds with it. It does have the potential for 1-inch hail. Let's hope we can get the radar scan to pop up here, because I think this is how I've been getting myself in trouble on here. Yep, looks like we're getting myself, looks like I done got myself in trouble again with this. This looks like it just moved through parts of Cincy here. It's the Wilmington radar site. Definitely looks like there's some strong damaging winds here on the leading edge of this storm. Let's flip back to reflectivity here. It's an interesting little feature there on this little lead part here. Don't think the parameters here really favor tornadic activity, but that inflow notch is always interesting to look at. This will help the storm keep going for a little while longer. This is just inside the marginal risk here. We've had a lot of activity up here, surprisingly. It'll be interesting to see what all the reports look like towards the end of this. See if we got any new storms over here towards Mississippi that are getting any warnings. Because I'm still watching those storms. I'm wondering if they're going to really build that momentum that would cause them to be warned. Let's go over to the Columbus Air Force Base radar. See what we got going here. I'm really just waiting on one of these storms to be warned, more or less. Like I said, the storms look impressive on reflectivity, but they just don't seem like they have a lot of rotation. I think they're just kind of outrunning where that low-level jet was going to be strongest. Let's go ahead and maybe take a look at this meso discussion here. Okay, so this is what the latest mesoscale discussion. We see scattered storms across a large part of this tornado watch 50. This is like riding along the surface of the warm front, but there is a deeper, stable layer over this region that's going to limit tornado potential. A watch further downstream could be possible or so. When was this issued? This was issued about an hour ago. Or less than an hour ago, actually, about 30 minutes ago. So there's still more to come here, but right now things are a little bit on the slow side of things. Well, numbers keep on fluctuating, but if you're just tuning in, just thought I'd let you know what we are looking at right now. We are looking at the first day of what could be a multi-day severe weather event. We have seen so far only 2 tornado warnings. One that was over towards Hot Springs and Little Rock does not look like it produced. And then there was another tornado warning here towards southern Tennessee. It's hard to tell whether or not a tornado is down at any point. Radar's been a little noisy throughout the course of the day. So we'll have to just wait for damage reports and see what happened there. But as far as things are concerned right now, no tornado warnings, a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings across this tornado watch. There's been a lot more activity further to the north, where conditions have been a little less favorable. Like there's still a severe thunderstorm warning over towards western Ohio. This is just passed through Cincinnati, heading into south central Arkansas here. This is where we had the marginal risk, but marginal risk never means 0%, so that's always something to keep in mind. There has been talk of maybe this watch being extended further out to the east. We'll have to see what ends up happening there. But this little stable there that's developed across this northern tier of this watch is going to limit things for right now. I've seen several cells over towards parts of north central Mississippi that have looked moderately impressive, but have yet to get their act together enough to really warrant any concern as of right now. I'm not able to get a radar up right now, which is kind of crazy to me. I don't really blame Reed at this point. I mean, it's just really slow right now, and then like I said, there's a limited window on when these storms are when these storms will have the potential to really produce. the limiting factor with this was that that stable layer of air that was formed from the rain showers that were existing over that area earlier in the day. That, along with the very subtle forcing, because again, that the low pressure that's really allotting for things to unfold here is still all the way back towards California, New Mexico, Arizona. You need that forcing to be a tiny bit closer. So it's like we're on the edge. So it's like we're on the cutting edge here. We're not in that Goldilocks zone, so to speak. So as a result, severe storms are possible, and we did see that. But as far as tornadic activity, we weren't really expecting it to be widespread, but the potential was so strong that if any tornado was able to form, they could have been strong and maybe even long-lasting. Like I said, this is a multi-day outbreak, and this is day one. Day two looks a lot more menacing, and for the most part, probably going to be the big day out of the next three. Definitely going to be live streaming that tomorrow. Oh, I will be here tomorrow. Make no mistake about it. I will be here tomorrow. I'm going to probably hold up for a little bit longer, and then I'll probably call it a night myself. Probably make a video tonight, maybe, depending on what time it is, and just kind of go from there. The main thing I'm waiting to see right now, the only reason I'm still hanging on right now, is this storm over here towards Blue Springs. It keeps acting like it's trying to pull something together over here. And right now, if it's going to do it, it's going to have to be now. These two storms right here. There might be one, and really there's one more that kind of have, they all have interesting shapes, and they all have very weak rotation, but it's this one right here that I've been watching for the longest. If it doesn't do anything within the next 30 minutes or so, I'll probably just call it a night, and then just get ready for tomorrow. But I can see that there is some potential with this. Like I said, the stable layer definitely looks like it's starting to win out in this situation. And the rotation on this one, like again, it's still really broad. And that's what's frustrating about this, is trying to wait and see what this will do. It just doesn't seem like it's in a hurry to really get its act together. And really, it's the same with these other two storms, too. The rotation is very broad. And it just doesn't seem like these storms are able to really get their act together just yet. By the time these move further off to the east, I'm not too sure they'll keep these qualities that would be needed for them to end up producing something of significance. These could very well end up severe thunderstorm warning. If so, I'll probably stick with them for a little longer if they do. But for the most part, looking relatively unimpressive. I don't know, Kyle. I'm trying to figure that out right now. I could probably look at some model data in just a minute here, and then I'll probably figure that out. A lot of that's also going to depend, of course, on what time I get off work. The other thing was today, I would have been on actually a little earlier, but on the way home, I got caught in some really nasty traffic and just kind of screwed everything up. I was PO'd for sure, man. Like, I don't understand. There wasn't even an accident on the highway. It was just, yeah, they were just literally just playing around, being silly. But that happens a lot here. Welcome to Atlanta. But I'm gonna say probably 4:30, maybe sooner. But of course, there's also a chance of rain over here too, so my day could get called early as well. So a lot of different variables coming into play there. Oh, you already know, man. You already know. Okay, we're waiting. I'm still waiting to see what these storms will do here. I'm especially interested in this one that's just to the north of Dumas. It seems like it has a decent area of rotation, but it's still very broad. And then, of course, the shape of this one that's over here towards Blue Springs has been impressive for a while, but just nothing about these storms right now in this area really seem like they scream out to me that they're going to be producing anything. And then this little mess right here could be interesting as well. Maybe there could be something that forms up on the south side of this storm here that's over towards Ashland. Beyond that, though, there's just really not a lot to work with here. This one over here towards Bruce, it could be a sleeper as well, but it's getting out of that enhanced risk area and starting to get into those areas that are a little bit more questionable as far as dynamics are concerned. Could come a point where maybe if they reach northern or northwestern Alabama, maybe they could get their act together a little bit, but I'm just not seeing any sort of trend that kind of makes me believe that's going to be the case. I'm just going to try to hang with it a little bit longer, and if nothing forms, I'm probably just going to call it a night. Because really it was going to be from about maybe 3 p.m. Central all the way up to about 8 or so for this window of the window of opportunity for these storms. And really, you just don't really see anything. Really, I just haven't seen much of anything to make me believe that these storms will last for much longer. So we see Brad Arnold over here. Maybe we can pull up his stream here. Oh, we do have his stream. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. Decent bit of lightning. Finally got somebody's stream up for just a moment. Yeah, we're losing that daytime heating here as well, as you can clearly see. Like, we were seeing temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. We're getting into the 60s here. Definitely stable air starting to win out slowly but surely. The moist sector may help keep things thriving for a little bit longer, but that's only going to last for so long given the limited amount of forcing. Oh, yeah. I feel you. Well, pop in if you can. It's no pressure. Yeah, it looks like we aren't going to be able to keep his stream up. Yes, that's going to be the next thing to do for the channel, is to try to invest in getting some better internet. Definitely could use some help there. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. In the meantime, just work with what we have. Yeah, these last few scans that have come in have just not led me to believe anything really is going to be forming here. I'll probably give these storms maybe another 30 minutes before calling it. I haven't really seen any new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in either. So it's just more or less a waiting game at this point. fact, if anything, the storm over here towards Blue Springs looks a little less impressive now. I just don't think that thing's trying to really produce a tornado at this point. Like, it looks good on reflectivity. It's got that look like it's trying to be a supercell, but it's almost like it's a sheer. Hang on a minute. Let's hold the phone on that, folks. This looks like a pretty solid couplet here now. This is the best that I've seen out of that storm. It's the best couplet I've seen out of that storm yet. Maybe this is one we need to be watching now, finally. I've been waiting to see what that was going to do, but it looks like it finally is starting to try and do something. That's why you always try to wait. Patience is key. But looks like this other one over here towards the northwest of Jumpertown looks like it's starting to organize just a tiny bit here. See an increased couplet with that. And then we'll look at that last one over here. Looks like it's mainly on a shear line. Don't really think anything is going to come from this one. In fact, I'm almost sure of it. That's the one Brad Arnold's on. I think he's in a spot where he's not going to be able to get to these two storms, though. I think he already knew that, though, beforehand, given the road network. But yeah, we're going to have to watch that one, because we're going to have to watch this one that just passed to the south of Blue Springs here. Because that's a very impressive couplet now, actually. Wouldn't be surprised if this one does get a tornado warning. I think this one has the best shot of getting one. If there's going to be any shot at all. I think now would be the time. But yeah, you can see where those reds and greens are touching. It's right there. It's a little pixelated, but it's definitely touching here. A couple other points where it's touching, but that's definitely where it's strong. That's definitely the strongest point right there. Like I said, this has been looking impressive on the reflectivity for the longest, but just hasn't quite drawn enough, hasn't quite like given enough reason to think that, okay, this is definitely trying to rotate, definitely trying to produce a tornado. And look at that hook that's started to develop now too around it. Like before, it was just kind of hanging down, but it was an appendage. It wasn't any sort of curvature with this. But this has definitely matured into almost a textbook supercell. Oh yeah, that hook is really starting to become more pronounced now. How wiggle wiggle. Appreciate you being here, Kat. I know there's plenty other people you could watch that probably have much smoother streams than mine right now, but appreciate you being here nonetheless. What's the name of that one dude that because it made me think of this, like some song that I heard on a commercial years ago. It's hard to say, but it's like wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, like if you know that song, let me know what it is, because that's what that just made me think of when you put that comment there, Kyle. Yeah, it definitely has that HP Supercell look. So if you were to try to get under it, it's gonna be pretty messy. But I don't think any storm chasers really near it. I think a lot of them are starting to write this one off. Because I mean, it just kept looking like it was going to be promising, like it was trying to produce, and then it didn't. Didn't even garner any attention from the National Weather Service. So they were just so a lot of guys are probably just like, the heck with this. I do see a couple of other storms further to the south that look pretty interesting. Like this one to the southeast of Grenada looks all right. Will it build up enough momentum? Questionable, but not going to rule that one out either. But yeah, this definitely seems, but this one over towards Blue Springs definitely seems like the one to watch now. Like, it's a very impressive hook. If it tightens up anymore, I think they're going to have to call a tornado warning on that one. This is definitely heading right towards that Alabama-Mississippi state line here. Oh, zoomed out a little too far. I think that inflow notch is the one thing that's kind of working against it a little bit. Given the direction, it's just like it's struggling to it's struggling to get more inflow. Like, it's trying to get it, but it's just not able to right now. Like, there's other points where it's getting inflow, but right here where we would need it the most, it just doesn't seem like it just doesn't seem like it's able to do it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. I mean, Ryan Hall's nothing against Ryan Hall. He's great, but appreciate that, Kyle. But yeah, nothing against Ryan Hall. I'm definitely not trying to compete with him for sure. You know, I'm my own person, just like he is. But yeah, this does have that HP Supercell look to it. Really thinking eventually this could try. But I think this is the only chance it's gonna have. I think after that, this probably will be this storm will probably be done in. There's other ones a little further to the south that look kind of interesting. The one towards Pontotoc looks like a mess now. A little earlier, I thought that one was looking interesting. And then these other storms don't look that impressive anymore either. Like I said, like they were saying in that mesoscale discussion, it looks like the stable area is starting to win out a little bit for these areas further off to the west here. Hang on a minute. Look at this storm over here to the north now. Oh, look at that last scan. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, they're going to call a tornado warning on this soon. This has a textbook hook to it now. I mean, if it didn't before, it does right now. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and look at the velocity and the CC. Because who knows, this, even though they haven't called a warning on this thing could very well be down. Oh, man. Look at that. That is definitely a pretty impressive couplet there for sure. And this is heading towards, this looks like it's heading in between Guntown and Saltillo, or dang it, I can't pronounce it. But Birmingham, just outside of Birmingham, Mississippi here. Definitely looks like there could be a tornado beginning to form here. So between Guntown, Chapville, and Saltillo and Unity, you guys need to be probably, if not walking, then definitely running to your shelter here. At the very least, keep a close eye on this, because this literally could get tornado warned. This literally could drop at any time. Let's go ahead and take a look at the CC drop here. Oh, come on, computer, work with me here. It's messy again. So it's kind of hard to read what we have going there. And that's really just been the case all night tonight, really. Like very messy very messy correlation coefficient. Hard to say if there's anything on the ground with this. You want to say that it's something like this, but then you see all these other blobs right here. What do you do? Let's go ahead and look at that other storm that was a little further to the north too, because that looked like it was starting to get its act together just a little bit here. Oh, I think that's it. Yep, they called it just now. Finally. It's finally got a tornado warning on it. It looks like this one over here towards Jumpertown looks pretty interesting too. Not super strong rotation, but there is definitely rotation there. If this uptrends, we'll probably see a warning with this as well. Hey. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to reflectivity and get a good look at this storm now. May even try a thing where I do like a little 3D slice since things are a little slow. Let's go ahead and see what they have this down for. Radar indicated hail is under severe limits. This is a tornado warning for Lee, Prentice, Itawamba, and Tishomingo counties in Mississippi. This is in effect until 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. Central Time. Anyone in these counties, please take cover. All right. Well, Kyle, they finally called the warning on that. This is a very pretty looking cell on radar here. So between Chapelville and Marietta is where I think the strongest part of the rotation is going to end up being. I think Chapelville might end up getting hit by this. And then down the line, we have to look at places like Hazeldale, Moores Mill, East Prentice, Kirkville too. We'll have to watch you as well. State Route 4. And then further down the line, we can see areas like Dennis and Bloody Springs in the action here. Be interesting to see what the next radar scan looks like with this. So far, it's still only that one that's tornado warned. Waiting to see what this other cell to the north here will end up doing. Yeah, it looks like that one's trying to hook too. This one's over towards Renzi, just to the north of Boonville. This might need to be watched as this treks further and further to the east-northeast here. Like I said, the rotation with this one hasn't been super impressive either, but it's been notable. So this might have to be one that's looked over again by the local weather service station here. Still not super tight rotation, but there is broad rotation with this. Depending on if it strengthens, will determine a lot behind whether this one gets a tornado warning as well. Let's go ahead and go back down to this storm here. Still a solid couplet here. Not quite as impressive as the last couple of scans. Still a good bit of lightning here. No storm chasers on these, though. It was just kind of out of position there. I mean, I always thought when I was looking at this that there was a chance that these storms over here would eventually produce. But it just took a long time for them to really get their act together. And I think that just kind of turned off a lot of the storm chasers from going down this far south. Remained as one tornado warning. A lot of special weather statements out right now. We do see a little signature over here, actually. A little further over towards western Mississippi here. Look at that. It's not the greatest signature I've ever seen, but it's notable. It's a weak low level rotation with this. Finally, tornado warning got issued on that cell that I've been talking about for like the last couple hours. It finally got its act together and built up enough momentum. Brad Arnold is on a storm that's way too far to the north, and that road network is not going to allow him to get to this storm that's tornado warned. So it looks like we don't really have anyone. I think he's gonna try to blast south and get to it, but I don't know. He's gonna have to drive through a whole nother storm just to get there, and that's gonna slow him down. So it's gonna be a treacherous little ride. If anything, then he still also has to blast east just to get ahead of it. So he's really just out of position, honestly. It's really nothing of his own doing. It was just those storms just weren't seeming like they weren't really trying to do much of anything until just now. And then I guess he's also maybe trying to debate on whether or not, even if he can't get to this storm, the storm that he's closer to, does it have the potential to produce? Sometimes I feel bad for those storm chasers out there, because sometimes you can't win to lose for nothing, or lose to win. I don't know the saying, but I can't think of the saying right now. I'm a little tired, but I'm okay. But I can't think of the saying right now completely, word for word. So here's Brad Arnold's stream right now, but he's trying to blast east to probably get ahead of this storm that has the two special weather statements. That's things starting to get to a little bit more of an active period right now. Though, Kyle, to answer your question. Meanwhile, I still can't really hold any streams on here for right now. And then I'm also watching this little rotation couplet that's over here. That's actually getting more and more impressive, by the way. I think this is like right on the Arkansas-Mississippi line, or is this Louisiana-Mississippi line? Whatever the case, I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I'm going to go back to reflectivity here and take a closer look at it if I can. Okay. There's a lot of lightning with this one, so that's always a telltale sign the storm's intensifying. The shape of it, though, is kind of interesting. It's not really super cellular, that's for sure. It's just like a giant little kidney bean blob, but no appendages with it or anything like that. But it is spinning, but it does have a little spin to it, that's for sure. Still holding on to that radar indicated tornado warning there. We're going to go ahead and take a look at that one again. There's a very nice hook to it. I think this could actually be down. I think there's a chance that this could actually be on the ground. Yeah, I think we have found our storm of the day right here. I think if there's any chance that there is a tornado on the ground, this would be it. But even so, the velocity couplet doesn't look as impressive as it did in the last few scans. We'll run this back into a loop real quick. But yeah, see, the most impressive scans were on the last couple of runs here. We still see something, but that's not quite as robust as what we were seeing about 2 to 3 scans ago. Still going to look at the CC here. I'm still suspicious that something hasn't touched down yet, as to whether or not something hasn't touched down yet, but we can't see for sure because of all the radar noise. Like, there's just a whole bunch of radar noise all across the southeast. I don't know why that is exactly either. But yeah, literally, you can't tell. If there's anything that's been irritating with today, I think this has probably been the most irritating thing. We can't tell for sure. I'm kind of leaning towards no. Because if something was going on, I think it would have picked up. It would have been picked up pretty well on here. Nonetheless, you never know sometimes, so all we can do is just wait and see like we've been doing. So let's go ahead now and switch back to reflectivity. Yeah, exactly. Every time you rest, every time you look away, that's when something happens. Let me go check that cell that was over towards Dumas again. Hook still looks good on this storm here. I think that's going to be the only one right there. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's that storm that was off to the north of this one. Here that goes. It looks like it's about to get its tornado warning. Yep, and there it is. And this one's heading into Alabama now. Look at that hook. And there's one right behind it that has a pretty nice hook on it as well. Business is really starting to pick up now all of a sudden. This is why you try to wait things out as long as you can sometimes. Because you never know what you might find. Look at that. We got 2 tornado warnings now. We have one that's over here heading towards Belmont, Golden, and Marietta. There's a few towns within Mississippi here. Kirkville, Hazeldale, Moores Mill. We're watching you. And then over here, this is a freshly tornado warned storm. This one might be on the way to Jacinto, Cairo, Holcut, Midway, and Oldham. All the counties involved here will be Tishomingo, Lauderdale, and Colbert counties in both Mississippi and Alabama. And then the other one is still sitting in Lee, Itawamba, Prentiss, and Tishomingo counties. So you guys, if you're in the path of this storm, if you happen to be watching, please take shelter. And with these storms being so close together, you can probably get a good look at both of the vorticities here, the velocities here. I don't know why I just said vorticity. If I can get them to pop up here. There we go. Oh, wow. That one up to the north has a really strong couplet here. Look at that. And this is just on the south side of Jacinto right now. So hopefully you guys were already in your safe place before this warning got issued. I'm really worried that they didn't. And then we have to watch Blythe Crossing. Randy. But Blythe Crossing and Uka and Oldham, you guys might be next in line here. This could wiggle a little bit to the south here. In Cairo and Holcut, you might be involved in this too. Midway, I think it's going to miss you, but just barely. If not, but just in case it doesn't, you guys should already be in your safe place. And then we also have to look towards Bacon Springs as well. And this is just before the Alabama border here too. Man, that is a very intense velocity couplet there. This one doesn't look quite as impressive anymore, but we'll keep an eye on this one too, because it can easily be cycling, and then we could end up seeing a better couplet begin to take place here. Let's go ahead and actually look at the CC drop, especially for that one to the north, because I would not be surprised in the slightest if that's down. I think this tornado warning may expire soon, because I'm seeing more so of a shear line developing versus a tightened couplet. It's becoming a much more broad storm here, or much more broad point of rotation. Wow, I just clicked winter weather radar. Alright, let's go to CC drop. That's what I really want. I don't want anything about winter weather right now. Yeah, honestly, and they're going to do what they want when they want to. Never is it based off of your convenience. I don't know why I cannot get the CC drop to pop up here, which is kind of irritating. Okay, so that's one over towards Marietta. Here's the other one. This one looks more sus than the last one, for sure, than the last few, but it still looks noisy. It's the only issue I have, is the fact that this still looks noisy and I can't really tell what it's going to do, whether it's doing a thing or not, so to speak. It's really irritating. Looks like they finally issued tornado warning directly on that storm instead of further out ahead of it. I don't know why they did that to begin with. Maybe it was changing over to a different weather station's jurisdiction. It's funny how that works sometimes. I think they just issued a new tornado watch, by the way. Or maybe they've extended it. Yep, they extended a little further to the east, and this is now including parts of Alabama, of northern Alabama here. This is now also including Jackson. We have areas like Coleman, Jasper, Hamilton, Decatur, Alabama, Florence, Russellville, many other towns involved in this tornado watch. This is just north of the Birmingham metro area. I think you guys will probably be spared for tonight, but keep an eye on you just in case. Let's go ahead and try and take a closer look at this, see if another scan comes in. So part of me wants to say that this could be down, man. When you see those scans like that, it's hard to believe that sometimes hard to believe that this isn't down. And it looks like we do have a couple of chasers that have committed to this storm, and they're going to try to see if they can't intercept it. Right now, they're a little bit behind it, though. So it's going to be, wait a second here. There's a chance that might have been down at a point. Because notice how the noise kind of fades out and then it gets isolated for a minute here. There is a slight chance that could have been down before now, and no one really caught on to it. So far, it's all remaining a radar indicated tornado warning. But I don't know. I'm a little sus of that. I mean, if they look back on the radar data, though, who knows? They may come to find that was already down. Let's go ahead and see if Brad Arnold is going to get close enough to this to really see anything. He's going to be on the north side of the storm, so he's probably going to have to core punch if he's going to have any sort of shot at seeing anything. Really, that, like I said earlier, these guys were ended up going onto the wrong storm. And it put them so far out of position that it's kind of left them at a little bit of a disadvantage here. It'll be interesting to see if we could get the stream to work long enough for him to maybe watch him do the core punch. If his internet connection even ends up being stable enough. Because it's already tough enough just going through this area in general. Imagine trying to add in the fact that you're going through a severe storm, nonetheless.
Just south of IU.
So it's going to be interesting to see what we could end up seeing from this. Yep. Yeah, I don't think my computer was going to run that. It was worth a try, though. But yeah, it looks like Brad Arnold's going to try to core punch and somehow get out ahead of this. Wonder if this is Brett. There it is. I think Brett's a little too far behind on this one. He might be intent on jumping on this little cell here that's trying to develop a little hook behind that one on the flanks. He might be able to get ahead of this one if he keeps heading to the east here. Maybe he can find a road to turn off on and maybe get ahead of this one, get a visual. Do I think that one produces a tornado? Hard to say right now. Can't be ruled out. This storm looks like it's trying to get its act together a little further. Like I said, it looked like it was trying to cycle a bit earlier. And then that new storm behind it looks like it's trying to get its act together. Uh-oh. This is why you don't ever step away, because you never know what might happen the second that you do. Ouch. I just hit my hand against the mic. That kind of hurt. Just wanted to pop my wrist a little bit. But, broad rotation, but it does look like it's starting to tighten up a bit around here. Let's go ahead and run that in a loop. Still very robust couplet right here. A lot of lightning around that. Another telltale sign. Come on. So this is the first tornado warning storm, and here comes the second one right behind it. Yeah, it's getting its act together for sure. In fact, that last couple of scans before, it looked like it was really impressive here. So, yeah, we're far from finished here. Looks like we're going to be on here for a bit longer. This storm over here, that's over towards Marietta. It looks like it's starting to definitely cycle, and it's beginning to look a little bit better on the velocity couplet. Looks like we're starting to see some strengthening going on there. So, yep, definitely looks like we're getting more and more active here by the minute. What did did it hurt your ears when I hit the mic? Sorry. That hurt my hand. I caught it right on the knuckle too, man. But the latest, we have a couple of tornado warnings. Maybe one might be down. And then there's another storm that's right behind one of those that looks like it could be on the way to produce a tornado as well, or at least get a tornado warning. So a lot going on. This storm right here that's been over towards Marietta was starting to cycle. It looks like it was starting to kind of fall off a bit. Like, I'll show you the loop. And see how it kind of started to look a little less impressive. And then in this last scan right here, as it was heading towards Hazeldale, it's starting to really pick up again. Let's hope it didn't really intensify as it went over that town. We would hate to see that one go. We hate to see that kind of thing touch down at that point in time, because that's when a lot of gnarly damage can occur whenever these things really start to intensify. So here's the other storm that's really gotten my attention over the last little bit here. It's had a really impressive couplet with it for a while. And then this one that's over toward Renzi looks really impressive now too, and it's kind of hanging on the coattails of that one. But look at the couplet that's going with that one. As far as I haven't really seen anything definitive on the CC drop, which is kind of frustrating and also pretty important, because I still can't tell for sure if there's anything down. I'm thinking, see, like all this radar noise right here makes it really difficult to think if there's something down here. The same can be said with this storm here. It's like points where it looks like maybe something could have been down, but nothing concrete. And when I put these in loop, this storm further to the north is the one that's the most suspicious. See, like, look, that looks really suspicious, and that's this storm right here. I can't see what the heck's going on with that. It almost looks like it's a radar hole in and of itself. And then this storm right here, I don't think it dropped anything, but with all this noise here, it's still hard to tell. But all three, or really four of these look pretty impressive on reflectivity. I do think that what's happened here is a merger started to develop with this, and as a result, I think this has begun to ramp up just a little bit. We'll probably see a new tornado warning get issued into Alabama as time goes on. Brad Arnold's getting awfully close to this storm now. He might actually have a shot at seeing something here. And then this storm over here towards Renzi looks like it's getting really tight. It's beginning to really tighten up now. Yeah, for real. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that and what's so frustrating about this again is the fact that I can't see anything on the CC. It's just one big noisy mess. Like if you're looking for something definitive, the CC drop is not it tonight. Like that's just all there is to it. Still acting up on you, K or Cat. What are you seeing? What are you seeing right now, Cat? Tell me what you see on stream right now. I should be able to respond, but I'm sorry sorry you're having these problems tonight. Let's go ahead and see what Brett Adair is looking at. Or this is actually Brad Arnold. I keep getting these guys mixed up. Ow. Just hit my freaking hand again. Sorry if you guys heard that. It was really loud. Dang, man. And that was the same hand. That was the same hand, same knuckle, and everything. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get any view from Brad Arnold here. He's right in the thick of it. Storm over here towards Renzi. I don't know if it's going to hold out or not. I think it's going to end up running into that outflow on the backside of this storm. And maybe this will end up starting to dissipate a bit. Yeah, this looks like this storm over here that's heading towards Belmont here is definitely undergone a merger. Let's go ahead and see if the velocity looks any different on this scan here. Big time shear line has started to develop with this, so this may be starting to weaken. This storm right here still looks like it has a really strong couplet, but this one's become really it's like it's a wedge or weakening wedge. It's crazy. Both of these look kind of crazy. But ultimately, so far I don't really see anything down. Yeah, the velocity over this storm towards Renzi has begun to weaken a bit. There's still a pretty tight couplet with this one. This storm is over Yucca. So a lot going on. Still a couple of tornado warnings at the very least left to go. Storm to watch right here is definitely this one towards Belmont. Apple bottom jeans with fur. The whole club is looking at her. Goes metal collab. Oh no. Oh God, Kyle. You really are you really trying to do that? Are you really trying to do that? I mean, I'm down, but wait, what? Let's go ahead and see if anything is down. Well, no, I'm not going to look at the CC. There's no point. We've been seeing for the last little bit here that the CC has not been doing much good for us today. I'll just really wait for the next scan to come in. Oh, yeah, you might be a little behind. Cha, bruh. Yeah, if you're on the one that I think is down, you might be a couple minutes behind. See what the latest scan. Let's see if the scans popped up yet. Hey, there is a lot going on with that little cell right there. I think these two cells here are gonna actually merge, and one of these is gonna win out. I'm leaning towards this cell over here. That's towards Belmont. Maybe this has a shot of winning out between the two. I think this is looking a little less impressive, but I guess we could try and see if we'll find out from looking at Brett Adair's stream or Brad Arnold's stream. Why do I keep mixing these two up? How do I keep mixing them? Okay, so it looks like we have maybe 2 seconds worth where we can look at Brad Arnold's stream. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to stay on stream with him. Wait. If somebody actually goes through this video the whole way, one thing I'd appreciate is probably if you do that one meme with Jonathan Bernal. He's like, no, wait. We're still in we're in Mississippi right now, but we're transitioning into Alabama. Cat. There's definitely a little bit of lag on your end for sure. Because right now we're trying to look at Brad Arnold's stream. If not to add insult to injury, this is a nocturnal storm completely now. It's HP nonetheless. Let's go ahead and take a look at what. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the velocities look like here. Since we're starting to see these mergers occur, we could see little sneaky pockets where you could see like a little couplet in there that has a really strong signature for a moment. Yeah, it's like just a shear line with little small velocity couplets or a small little points of rotation all across the board here. None of which are really couplets anymore. But the threat for a tornado is still there. It's not quite as abundant as it was earlier, though. It wasn't as prevalent as it was earlier. We're right on the line between Alabama and Mississippi. We're transitioning into Alabama towards northwestern Alabama. These storms are doing a merger right now, though, so it's going to be hard to say whether or not anything's going to really produce here. We got multiple tornado warnings, but these couplets are getting less and less impressive. Wait, I spoke too soon. That Belmont storm is starting to look like it's winning out because these two storms were starting to merge here. The Cherokee storm here now, as we're going to call it, it still has a couplet with it, but it looks like it's kind of falling apart, whereas this storm over here towards Belmont looks like it's actually starting to tighten up. Let's go ahead and check the reflectivity here. I think if there's going to be anything down, it's going to be this Belmont storm. I've been saying that for a while because of how it looks on radar. I can't see anything on the surface, though, so that makes things a little bit harder. I remember a few storms that started out as mergers that produced some pretty big tornadoes in the past. A great example, unfortunately, is Joplin. Do I think that's what's going on here? No. But this does definitely look like it's had a little uptrend over here. Against my better judgment, I'm going to try and look at the CC here. I don't really expect to see much out of it. Ha. See what I did there? I know it was lame ligma. I tried, okay? But let's go ahead and run this in a quick loop here. It seems a little less noisy, so maybe there's a chance. Nah, still nothing definitive. I don't think anything's really been down today, or if it has, it's been like a quick touchdown and then right back up into the cloud, if anything. But we'll watch if this storm over here towards Belmont and Golden ends up producing. Because I think that's really the best shot we have at seeing anything come down. This merger that's developed here. That storm to the north is looking like it's going to lose out. I may be wrong. For the most part, I'm pretty confident that the storm to the north is going to lose out. It doesn't really have a point where it's going to be breathing. This is going to get choked off from the looks of it. And I just don't think this storm is going to be strong enough to really take all the energy that it has from this one in and to keep things going. These tornado warnings might last for a little bit longer, but I think this northern storm is about to be done in here. Dog eat dog world when it comes to severe storms. Oh. Yeah, it expires in 5. The one to the north. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they get reissued. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, honestly. I could honestly see it happening, if anything. Cat, I partially think it's my own internet that's causing the problem too, though. Who knows? There's times where my own stream seems to be lagging a little bit here and there. I think just where we have the the router set up in the house is just kind of a little bit on the disadvantageous side for me. That and the age of this computer play a huge part into it. Uh-oh. I think Brad Arnold got out ahead of this now. He's cleared the hail cores of at least one and maybe going through a second one. I think he's core punching right now. The hail doesn't seem like it's that big, so that's a plus for him. But even so, it's still doing a nocturnal core punch or a after daylight kind of core punch. Ugh, sounds awful. Well, looks like we lost the stream again. Pops up for a second, then we lose it. Pops up for a second, and then we lose it. Over and over again. New radar scan should be coming in. It's an interesting little feature there. Maybe this one will end up, maybe as quickly as these two merge, they may end up splitting again and could keep things going. I don't really see that happening, but I can't rule it out. But one of these is, if it does split, one of these is going to be turning off to the left here. And we've seen mostly an eastern dominant component here. Another thing to note here is I'm starting to see that backwards C shape on this towards where the rotation would be. So I'm thinking we're starting to lose that storm as well. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity here. I might try and take a look at things. Oh yeah, both of these are really starting to look less and less impressive. That merger just didn't really work well. So this doesn't surprise me that this has occurred, that it's occurred to where we haven't gotten much anything. But cool thing to see though is we got this camera right here that'll allow us to take a look at the storm that's ongoing across northern Alabama here, northwest Alabama. It's the Florence Harbor Marina camera. So we'll watch this for a little bit and see what happens as time goes on. Maybe this will hopefully have a better stream versus the Storm Chasers, since this, I would like to think that this is a hardwire camera. You can see plenty of lightning around it too, and that's only going to pick up in coverage as time goes on, or pick up in intensity. And if something is going on, we may very well get to see it from this camera too. It's starting to lag a little bit now. Just as I say that, it should be better. See if I can move this camera over a bit, put it in a better spot. So this is towards Florence, Alabama. And we're looking off to the east. So again, if there's anything going on with this storm right here, this is our best chance of seeing it right now. Either that or Brad Arnold. I think honestly Brad Arnold will probably end up heading towards Florence to get a view of this. Here's that rain starting to pick up again. Lightning is starting to pick up. Yeah, this camera doesn't have any sound though, it looks like. So I'm sorry about that. Wish I could get some background noise on that. That'd be pretty cool. But just does not look like that's the case here. Yeah, those couplets are just about gone now at this point. Yeah, these couplets are just about gone. I don't see these warnings lasting for too much longer, probably another 20 or 30 minutes. And I think after that, I'm probably going to call it a night myself. I mean, really, I still have to make sure that I'm ready to stream tomorrow. So we'll wait these tornado warnings out, and then from that point, I think we're done. I mean, really, I just don't see anything else that has looked anywhere near impressive enough to warrant the stream continuing. Still have our tornado warnings here. Severe thunderstorm warning. All these warnings over here towards Arkansas. Oh wow, there's a severe thunderstorm warning towards Arizona. Two of them actually. There's Maricopa County and Pinal County, and these have the tornado possible tag on them. Wow. Who would have thought? Tornadoes in one part, snow in one part of the state, tornadoes in another. That's crazy. Or severe thunderstorms in the other. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like we've lost this stream as the storm's drawn closer. maybe we can see if Brad Arnold has seen anything, has seen anything. Kind of leaning towards no, but we'll see. There goes that stream now. It was looking promising for a second. Oh, snap. I forgot you're down there right now. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's move this out of the way. Yeah, these storms are about done. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. That's crazy to think that there's a tornado possible tag with severe thunderstorm warning down there. Okay, let's get over to that part of the world. Come on, radar. Come on, radar Omega. Let's not act wild here. Several different polygons here. Let's try to zoom out and get a full view of these. Just give this a sec, Kyle. This thing's acting really weird right now. Come on. I think this one towards the middle. Wait. I think I found. No, I haven't. See, mostly a threat for damaging winds. I'm trying to figure out where the tornado possible tag would lie in the midst of all of this. Looks like a complex of storms based off of what the polygons are showing us. Yeah, it's a line of severe thunderstorms. I wasn't really expecting too much from that. I was expecting more so like a snow squall, but that was going to be further to the north. I didn't expect anything along the lines of this happening over here. I touched on it yesterday, but just goes to show you never know what Mother Nature will do. I don't see any signature that would lead me to think that there would be a tornado. Some damaging straight line winds definitely seem like the most prevalent concern. There is that little radar. There is that little notch right there, but when I looked at the velocities, I didn't see much. I think damaging winds up to about 60 miles an hour are probably going to be the biggest threat with this, Kyle. Hail's not even at severe limits, which is good. Oh, that's where you are right now? I thought you lived in Nebraska. Oh, yeah, you said you're at school. You go to Arizona State. Okay. My brain is not working. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, that's pretty wild what's going on over there, Kyle. You guys are getting both ends of the spectrum. Through your whole family. Yeah, yeah. I would say it's getting close to 60. Yeah, that little the whole tornado possible tag is mainly from that notch, that little inflow notch there. I don't really it doesn't really look like it's gonna be too much beyond that though. If you got to go out there just ahead of when the rainfall started to hit, you probably were feeling the gust front. The gust front. All right, come on now, move out of the way. Yeah, y'all are probably about to get the heaviest rain right about now. I think the severe part for you guys is pretty much over. You'll probably still get some pretty intense wind gusts there. Beyond that, I don't really see too much going with that. Hey, Kyle, you think it's cool to switch back to the tornado warnings? I think the worst of the threats are already over for you. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me too. Yeah, when I looked at the velocity, it was pretty strong. I'll pull it up again real quick. Yeah, here's Phoenix. Here's most of the metro area. Mainly, it's right on the southern end there where the greatest velocity seems to exist right now. Anywhere beyond that, it's kind of more laxed, so to speak. Who would have thought? I wasn't really expecting that area to see much of anything. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's really the key player behind what's gonna be causing the big time severe weather outbreak tomorrow. Because that's where the low pressure is, and that's where all the forcing is, and that's why they're getting that line of storms. I just didn't think they had the other parameters they would have needed for that to occur. I was like, maybe I didn't even think there was a marginal chance of it at the time when I looked at it originally. But like I said, you never know how weather likes to work until Yeah, until she just decides, okay, this is what we're going to do. What are you going to do about it? Let's switch back for a minute. Get some water. Yeah, I think this one that's to the south now is about to expire. I haven't seen anything, haven't really seen anything on the velocity couplets, though, because, well, it's not really working right now. Okay, there we go. Now it's back up. There is still a small velocity couplet there, but, well, we'll see what that ends up doing. There's still a couplet here too, but I think the worst of this is over. I'm just going to wait for these. I'm really just going to wait for these warnings to expire, and I think I'm probably going to call it a night after that. Wait, hang on just a minute. Just every time I think that we're probably on the way to being done, this storm over here to the south towards Russellville always finds a way to surprise me. Doesn't look the most most impressive thing on radar, but Brad Arnold's heading towards it. There's a good couplet with that. I'm debating whether or not I should look at the CC. I'm giving in. Screw it. I'm going to look at it. And what do you know? Nothing. It's all radar indicated rotation. Nothing really to go off of there. New tornado warning, though, by the way. And this is back towards Arkansas. It's just got issued 1 minute ago. A little too close to zoom in. Come on, radar Mega, work with me here. Looks like we do have a couple of chasers in the area. It looks like Vince Welty is actually nearby. Wait, what the heck? Oh, wow, that's actually a discrete cell right there. Wow. In all likelihood, probably has gotten a lot cooler over there towards Arizona right now, where Kyle is. I'm gonna step away really quickly. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's get a look at the velocity with this one. We may get a lot of tornado warnings tonight, but probably might not get a touchdown. Ooh, wow, but look at this return right here. That is really impressive. That is really impressive. Then 12th is probably going to have to do a core punch in order to get into that one. Treacherous. Very treacherous right there. And we'll go over here and look at Brandon Kopic. Looks like he's a little bit out of position. Might be able to get a view of it if he blasts to the south. I think he might be done for the night, though. But that is a very strong couplet, though. Very concerning. Almost want to look at the CC, but I kind of have an idea that it's probably not going to yield too much. I'm starting to see that backward C shape on that one yet again, though, so that might be a sign that this is about to bow out and probably may not produce a tornado. So may be going outflow dominant. It's hard to say. So we're now down to one tornado warning in Alabama here. That southern cell kind of lost that battle, so to speak. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. Look at the reflectivity here and see what we got. Oh, correction, that's the northern storm. Or the southern storm. The northern storm kind of lost out, but even then the southern storm is not looking so hot either. These storms could very well still cycle. So the tornado threat with this still isn't zero, but it's a lot less impressive than what it was about an hour ago. Brad Arnold looks like he's right there in the thick of it. But, yeah, there's not really a whole lot to go with there. I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado warning ends up expiring soon. I believe it. The way that low pressure's set up, like it's right around this time it's supposed to really start to dig and deepen. So the temperature is going to probably drop dramatically over the next few hours for your area. Make sure you're warm tonight because you could easily get sick. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back towards that cell in Arkansas. See what that's going to do. I think there's still a chance for it to produce something significant, but that chance is going to start waning pretty fast. Still see a pretty strong couplet with this. Not quite what we saw a couple of scans ago, though. This is leading me to think that maybe the storm is starting to go outflow dominant. So here's when the storm got tornado warned. Very strong couplet there. It's still there, but we are starting to see a little bit of a weakening trend with that. Let's hope that continues. I think I am going to try to take a quick look at the CC here, just to make sure nothing was down. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but you can never tell. But it's just best to make sure we're covering all ends there. Ow. No, I don't really see anything that tells me that there's something down. Yeah, you better close that window. Keep it up, Kyle. The tactile will be more like Kyle mating with Elsa. Frozen. I mean, it was lame, but I tried, okay? What do you want from me? I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Eh. Exactly. 59 degrees? What is this? Okay, let's see when this warning expires here. We've got 19 more minutes to go. And this goes on until... This doesn't... Okay, 9 o'clock. It's about another 18 minutes. I'm trying, Kyle. I'm trying. I think I just need to upgrade this stuff a little bit more. Maybe getting better internet, maybe a better computer too. See what happens. Switch this back to reflectivity here. There's plenty of lightning with this storm, and it looks like we're starting to see this try to wrap up again. The couplet's pretty strong still, but I don't know. Well, I gotta get 1K to drop 1K first. I'm not there yet. It's gonna be a while. Still waiting to honestly get my base out the shop while you're playing about money. You gotta love when a bass guitar with active pickups, with the active pickups starts to act up. Come to realize the thing was actually wired wrong from the get-go. So yeah. Pretty rough stuff. Oh, okay. Latest scan actually looks pretty impressive on this. Almost a little suspicious of whether or not that's a debris ball, because there's quite a return there. Let's go ahead and actually look at that. I'm really feeling like I don't know why. I really feel like I don't know why I'm looking at the CC as in relation to how things have been throughout the course of the evening. But we're going to do it anyway. Because watch, let it be the one time that I don't look for a CC drop. That's when it happens. Hard to say. I slap at the base. Yeah. I miss my base. It's a pretty nice one. Well, that depends on your perspective of the word nice, but for what I paid for it, it actually is really good. A lot of people sleep on Mitchell bases. That's my opinion, though. That's my opinion. Someone clip what this last little conversation right here? Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can. Hopefully this doesn't mess up the stream too much. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can clip it. Well, I'm trying, but I don't think my computer is really working with me here right now. Oh wait, maybe it's working now. Yeah, it's not letting me clip that. I'll probably have to watch back the stream somehow and try to see if that'll work. Yeah, it's not letting me. Yeah, it's definitely not going to let me clip it right now. Wait a minute. Hang on a second here. I see something that's a little sus to me. Again. I think this could be down. This looks like it almost has a debris ball to it. It looks like at one point there was a CC drop right where that little purple area is, right near Dumas and Mitchellville. I don't know, man. I almost want to say that's down. Let me see if I can split screen this still. Yep, I can. Good. The only thing to do here is to get the CC drop. So if we put these both in motion, I mean, these coincide with one another. There's no question about it. Here's that velocity. Still holding strong. New tornado warning issued for that same storm. Area's a little further to the south. I do think that that's down, though. I'm not going to lie. Oh no, that looks like it could be down. I think everybody needs a drummer right now. Oh, you ain't got no bass and drummer. You ain't got no rhythm. True. Very true. I don't disagree with you either. That's the thing, Kat. I don't disagree with you either. Well, mixed drums and bass are quintessential to music, regardless of genre. Yeah, easy drummer too. Me, it's Colt drums too. But nah, I always wanted to try to play bass after watching Alex Webster. Just like, you know what, I gotta try to do this. I do kind of think that's down, I'm not gonna lie. It's not a big deal, it's okay. I'm a little surprised that they haven't put up any sort of tag indicating whether or not this was down. I don't really, and again, just like I said before with the CC drop, doesn't really give you much to go off of here. It does look like there's a debris ball right there, so it's, but, yeah. Yeah, I've had every other member in my group in years past except for a drummer, like a legit drummer. Like we had people who talked a big game and then, yeah, they kind of showed otherwise, or didn't show at all, honestly. So, none against them personally, but it is what it is. Looks like these guys are trying to blast south and see what happened over here towards Dumas. Like I said, this looks like a debris ball signature, but it's hard to tell. And then on top of that, looking at the CC drop doesn't really help. I mean, it looks like there's potentially debris, but I don't know for sure. And then on top of that, there's no sort of confirmation from the National Weather Service as to whether or not this was down or not. Yeah, I would have. That's one thing I never got was a practice session with like a legit drummer. Like I've worked with some really good guitarists, worked with a couple of really good bassists, but never really got to go on with a drummer. I think if that would have happened, and I have a little bit of a background with drums, I wouldn't call myself like a pro or legit or even anything like that. But I know a little bit about playing drums. I played them when I was like in middle school for a little bit. I wasn't playing metal back then, but I know some of the basics. But yeah, man. Never really got to share the practice room with a drummer. And I think that would have been a final piece to the puzzle. Who knows? It may happen yet, but cross that bridge when we get there, I guess. The thing that irritates me most about this is if there was a CC drop right here, this is where the tornado is. This is where the tornado would be. But it all seems like if there were to be something, it's like the debris all on the south side of it. No power. No power, more like, with no bass or drums. Yeah, I can relate. I think with my experiences with other musicians, it hasn't been awful. There was one that tried to cause a lot of trouble in my personal life more. But beyond that, really, they, they weren't awful. When's who moving to Norman, Oklahoma? Me? I'm not moving to Norman. I don't think I am. Nothing I know about. I don't even know if I'd want to, though, honestly. I kind of like it. Even though Atlanta has its quirks about it. That's pretty familiar. I think this could be down. It's just this CC here. I tell you today has been. It just makes you uncertain. Quite frankly, Watson would be the next in line in the path of this storm. Then we have to look at areas like Rosedale, between there and Gunnison. And then maybe a bigger town in the path could be somewhere like Shelby. Duncan could be in there too. Or maybe even Winstonville. Mound Bayou. I can't rule you guys out either just yet. You guys are outside the tornado warning, but you need to be taking shelter now. Did I stab them? Or did... Wait, what? No, I didn't stab anybody. I wanted to knock him out, though. But... wasn't worth it to me. I just chose to walk off. Don't know what he's doing. I don't know what they're doing now, and I can honestly care less. We're honestly on a bad path anyway, and it's a good thing that I'm not associated with that. Yeah, I do think this is actually down, even though still no confirmation. I mean, I guess they're waiting for a storm spotter to get in there and confirm this somehow. But I don't see how they're going to, considering they have to practically core punch and find a way to get out ahead of it when the road network really isn't leaning into that. Unless you can get in through Watson fast enough and hopefully don't get hit, then maybe you could see something. But quite frankly, I don't see these guys being able to pull that off. They're both great storm chasers, but Brandon and Vince, I mean, it's getting late, and then on top of all that, if you really think about it, it's a nighttime core punch, which is an absolute disaster. Which is absolutely, just can be an absolute disaster, and then on top of that, somewhere in there could probably be a rain wrap tornado, one that could very well be strong. The point where you, even as a storm chaser, as much as many people may think that it's not the case, you got to have some level of rationale. Yeah, I think that's on the ground, though. I think that's on the ground because I keep on seeing that. I keep on seeing this little feature right here, and it's moved perfectly along with this. So maybe I'm imagining things, but I think this is a tornado on the ground. I don't know why the tag hasn't been changed to observed tornado or radar observed or something, but I think this is on the ground. I just don't see how it's not. And this looks like it's going to hit Watson directly in the next scan. So Gunnison, if, like I said before, if you haven't already, Rosedale too, if you haven't, if you haven't already, take shelter now. This definitely looks, to me, I think this does look like it is on the ground. And again, after Gunnison, we have Shelby involved, Winstonville, Tutwiler, and then maybe going as far out as Sumner and Webb, Winstonville and Mound Bayou. We'll have to watch you guys as well. All right, Kyle. Well, being a guitarist myself, that's partially true. Some people do have a little bit of ego, but at the same time they don't. It's weird. It's hard to really explain to anybody. It's just you just play, and sometimes you sound really good. Other times you sound like crap, even if people on the outside don't think you sound like crap. So usually most guys that play guitar will be like, that have played guitar for a long time, that have played with bands, they'll be like, yeah, I'm an okay guitarist, that's all. So we're sitting at only one tornado warning left. And this seems to be the one that most likely will end up being on the ground. Let me go back to a single scan view. I'm surprised that they still have not put an observe tag on this. I really think that there's something down here. I just can't shake that feeling. Maybe I'm reading the radar wrong. Maybe I'm tired. But something tells me that the way that CC drop looked, even if it was small, it's hard to believe that something wasn't there. Let's go ahead and check the latest velocity scan with this. I think after this storm, I'm probably just going to call it a night and go to bed. Ouch. The velocity scan looks a lot less impressive here. I think we're about done with this one. There is one more mesoscale discussion that's popped up in the last little bit here. It's popped up in this corridor where that tornado warning is. Let's go ahead and read that real quick before we figure out what to do next here. I think we're going to switch over to this radar right here. Okay, it's not working. Hopefully this will pop up soon. So for whatever reason, it looks like the Columbus Air Force Base radar is not cooperating with me. I'm going to try to see if I can't find another one. I think this is the corridor right here where we have that lone supercell. Yeah, I think this is the last one. So whenever this probably fizzles out, I think that's when we'll call it a night on the stream here. Just nothing else behind it really looks impressive anymore. We're in that more stable sector right here. Still plenty of lightning around this storm, so this could try to cycle. But I'm kind of leaning towards it starting to really lose its oomph over the next little bit here as this pushes off further to the north, to the east-northeast.